Okay, you all received a copy of the proposed agenda. Do we have any modifications, additions, deletions?
I'd like to make an addition for the end of the meeting for the airport to come and present.
Okay, anybody else? Anything else? If not, can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the airport discussion addition?
So moved.
By
Second.
Paul,
I'll second.
by Bernie. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Minutes. Minutes from our May 6th meeting have been dispersed.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the minutes from the May 6, 2025 meeting.
By Commissioner Claris, do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner White. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. Accounts payable. You have the accounts payable in front of you. Okay.
Lana needs to explain something to you?
Hey, just because he bought beach towels, it's not your
Right.
responsibility.
And
Right.
water bottle labels.
The sheriff department has a $149.99 training that we need to add. It's, what is it for, Corey? It's for,
Proactive patrol tactics course in Hettinger. Sending 2 people. We had only gotten 1 in before the deadline here, so we need to add a second.
For $149.99. Okay,
and then Amanda, do we want to add yours also? I don't have the amount with me.
So none of us have it.
But it's Amanda's reimbursement. It's like $400 and some dollars. I could get the total if you want me to go get it, but it's $400 and some odd dollars.
okay, for travel and.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Is Lisa still here? Okay. We have in there, I can't find it, I had it yesterday. So we talked about the refund from Adobe at the park board. Is that in here somewhere? Because I see another
It's
line.
gonna show up on next month's.
Well, actually, this shows up as a $700 charge on the accounts payable.
Yes, it's because we got billed one time extra, so we have to pay that. And then she contacted them and, because it's on our credit card statements, we have to pay that credit card statement, so we're not behind and get charged. And then they are going to refund our credit card, so a credit should show up next time
Got it.
for the same amount.
Okay. Any other questions?
Should we hang on a minute till, can we get the phone turned on here?
I realize the
Oh.
phone's not dialed.
I am sorry.
Nope, that's my fault.
Please enter your word. Moderator. The conference is currently empty. You will hear silence or music on hold when connected.
Okay, we'll start that up again. So any other further discussion on the accounts payable?
I would move that we accept the accounts payable with the 2 additions.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Marsh to approve the accounts payable with the addition of $149.99 for the public safety and reimbursement to the state's attorney for travel and mileage. I guess travel is mileage, lodging and mileage. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
Commissioner White?
Aye.
Commissioner Franchuk,
Aye.
Commissioner Claris.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you. Park Board action items. I think we have one item to approve in the amount of $17,000.
I'll make the motion to approve the $17,000 for the Motor Park Speedway.
By Commissioner White,
I'll second.
by Commissioner Franchuk. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Commissioner White,
Aye.
Commissioner Franchuk,
Aye.
Commissioner Claris,
No.
Commissioner Marsh.
Abstain?
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 2-1-1. Oh, no, does it?
Yes.
3-1-1.
3-1.
3-1.
3-1-1. Okay, Richardson math again, okay. Any other park board items? Hearing none. Sheriff Lee.
Thank you, Chairman. You guys have a copy of my report. I'll certainly stand for any questions on that. There's a couple of things I wanted to, I guess, touch on is, again, the vehicle repair costs that we're incurring this year is ridiculous compared to years past. I'm not gonna point out any certain brand of vehicle, but certainly one is much worse than the others. We're trying to navigate through that as we purchase more vehicles. K9 Cato is back from training, so he and his handler should be back on the road here within a couple weeks. Have some other hiccups there that we're working with, but once he's ready to, he'll be back on duty and they will start serving our community. Of course, we have Rough Rider Days coming up the end of the month here, so obviously we'll be incurring some higher than average overtime costs with the carnival, rodeos, parades, and other activities going on throughout those events. If you guys could approve, Amanda looked at the South Hart contract that we're renewing. Said we're good to go on that. Their council approved it last night. We do need to make some clerical updates on that as far as some grammar stuff and whatnot. So if you guys could approve that, or approve to have Chairman Messer sign that when we have those prepared. Appreciate that. And then the final thing I guess I wanted to bring up is where we're at. Maybe Commissioner Claris, could bring us up to date on where the law enforcement center is with some of the major repairs we're looking at there, and potentially if that could lead us into a conversation about a potential move for the safety and well-being of some of our staff.
Thank you, Corey, for that ambush. Appreciate it. Well, I guess it's been, probably not everybody's aware. I know Bernie's probably aware of this, obviously, and so is Karen. But we've been through, well, last summer we kicked off a pretty good round of repairs there. I think we spent probably right in that $350,000 range repairing various, actually domestic water lines in the second level of the LEC jail portion. It's no secret that the sheriff's department lives underneath the jail, and they've bared the brunt of whatever leaky pipes have shown up at the jail, and sometimes it's not always domestic water. I'll just say that. So it's been a challenge. The LEC group, both Karen and Bernie, both sit on that committee or board, and there's been a good commitment from that LEC board to continue to move that repair process forward. But it turns out, the SWMC, which is the jail portion, is going to probably, this next round of repairs is going to probably bear the large brunt of the cost. And we just met with them here last week. They initially gave us an estimate of, nearly $600,000 to do phase two. And so obviously that's a really big number, and considering, where we're at, and the jail having to pay for the most of that, we've decided to phase two, if you will, and pick off the most important parts of that for this summer, probably with a construction date starting in probably November. So a vast portion of that billing will probably come in '26 budget season. That said, we're still not going to be done. We'll be going into, '27 probably with additional repairs. And, the whole thing is, I've told Corey this, I think we've made a really nice commitment. We care about the people in the sheriff's department, and their work environment. We care about that. And so we've made these repairs, and we made these commitments on the maintenance side. And I will mention to this, deferring maintenance, all it does is make your costs higher down the road. And that's what's gone on at that jail, is that deferred maintenance. I can appreciate, folks from the past trying to save money, but what we're doing is, we have it's not an extremely old building, but it's a well-used building. I think with all these efforts that we make, all in good faith, nothing's perfect, and one thing that you can never control is the inmates and their behavior. What you think is probably, well put together system, when it's sabotaged. And unfortunately, when something's sabotaged up there, the sheriff's department feels it. I don't know how many instances we had in 25, I know we've had at least 2 instances where we've had either domestic water or wastewater on the floor in the main level and into the sheriff's office. I know that they've lost, at one point we flooded the evidence room. And one thing that's another little item there, in one of these instances, actually water got very close to our server room, which that server room's it's one of the heartbeats of our county. So, like I said, I think we're doing everything we can within reason. And I feel, you can't replace that building. We could never replace that building. So it's our job as stewards of the county to continue to maintain that building. But that doesn't solve our problem with what the sheriff's department's faced with. And I know that, Corey, maybe you'd like me to lead this into, I know there's been some additional accommodations or alternate accommodations for the sheriff's department has been discussed. I've been visited with a gal in your office, Nicole Wandler. She works in your office, and she sits on our LAC board, and I know she's been really good in trying to push this ball forward as well with what we're going to do here. Ultimately, it'd be great if we could come up with a great solution that was foolproof and ensure that those employees in the sheriff's office we're not going to be rained down on with these. And it's not even that. And a lot of times it's an inconvenience, and it's a productivity inconvenience. So now we're ripping apart walls and we're replacing things. It's not just getting the mop bucket out and cleaning things up. It's replacing sheetrock and mitigating mold issues and so on and so forth. So until we moving the sheriff's office is not going to out of that building is not going to take care of this problem 100%. We'll still always have these issues, but it won't be, raining down on our sheriff's department. So that's kind of what's going on over there. Just a small recap. If you want to add to that, Corey, go ahead.
No, and I guess our issue is, where do we go from here? And I know that's not an easy fix or an easy issue, and obviously we're talking about a lot of money and resources, and that's why we're not obviously pushing this issue real hard. But I guess that's the $1 million question. No pun
Literally.
intended, is where do we go from here? But
Yeah. Well, I agree with Commissioner Claris. I think the health and safety of our employees is paramount. And we do have some options in front of us. One, and some of them have been explored, one of them has gone away. But I think we're kind of waiting for another ship the fall to pursue another option, which I think would be a good one. And I think at some point, Sheriff Lee, myself, and your portfolio, Commissioner Franchuk, will need to get together and take a look and see if we can bring some options back to the full commission, hopefully sooner rather than later. But the time is not controlled by us in this conversation at this point, so. Okay, any questions for the sheriff?
Do we have to relocate or modify work at one point due to?
We have at several points, and obviously, like you said, Commissioner Claris said, there's been more than two issues. There's been multiple issues of water in that facility just this year alone. And we're constantly, there's rooms we don't go in every day, and we'll go in, and now we're finding mold and things growing up the walls and some of our equipment in certain rooms. But it's very often that offices, and when we're talking about excrement or fecal matter, things like that, then yes, we have to relocate offices. We have to take steps. There's been days we've had to excuse staff to leave for the rest of the day because either the smell or the matter, if you will, was creeping into their work areas and was not a safe environment, so.
And Sheriff, getting back to your report on the truck reg, it says attached. Was there something else that was supposed to be in the report, or?
I just attached Bobby's permit counts again.
I don't think we got that.
Okay. I did. Karen, did I send that to you?
You said the report, but I didn't get a permit attachment. Did you? Yeah. Okay.
attached to it.
I just got the report.
Thanks for getting the report before the commission meeting at least. I appreciate it.
Okay, moving on, we'll go to road engineers report. Mr. Krebs, KLJ, lead us off.
Hi, good morning.
Mor-
Give you a brief update. So on our roundabout project, we met with the county this last month to discuss right-of-way offers. So we've been going back to the landowners. We got one landowner that signed and the other two are kind of reviewing everything and need to talk about it with their boards and stuff. So they take a little bit longer, but it sounded promising on those other two as well. And then the environmental document, that's still at the NDDOT for review. Our box culvert on 38th Street, west of South Hart, this last month had those rains, so I think Shorts kind of got delayed on their other project. So last I talked to them, they're still working on that other job, and they're hoping maybe middle of June. They kind of want the water to go down a little bit in there too before they start. So they'll notify us when they're getting closer. And then last month, Todd brought up that West Broadway paving project. So I got together with Todd and we put together a set of plans for that. The ad for bid will come out tomorrow. So I gave Todd a set of plans, and then Karen, I'll drop one off at your office so you got one. The bid opening's scheduled for next meeting at 10. And then I spoke with Elena with the DOT, so she said she sent out agreements.
They've all been signed.
They've all been signed for that. Okay, great. And then we also talked to her about if a chip seal would be eligible. So she said that it would be, and it doesn't have to be part of this project. So I know Dickinson will have a chip seal next year. If you guys get a chip seal, you could submit that for funding, that same funding as well, whatever's left of it. Are there any questions?
Any questions? If not, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Kadamis. Interstate.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
Very brief on that on that removal, south of Belfield. Preliminary design's complete. We're hoping to have a set of plans for road department review here in the next few days. And we're working with the DOT on review of the draft environmental document. I reached out to them last week, haven't heard anything back, so we'll keep working on them.
Any questions for James? Okay, thank you very
Thanks.
much. Mr. Woods. Mr. Wood.
Good morning. Got a few different updates, starting with the 32nd Street, 107th Avenue. Your report isn't up to date. The seal coat is going to start next week. That just, they made that decision late last week. So that should get done in a couple days. I would imagine it's going to go fairly quickly. They're doing 32nd, 107th. And also, if you remember, there's a non-participating portion of 35th Street and 110th, which the county's picking up at your cost, 100% your cost. The other portion is paid by that flex funding. Another little update on that project, and I guess I wasn't aware of all the conversations, but we've been approached by a couple residents in the Copperleaf subdivision, see if that could get sealed as part of this project. I've reached out to the contractor to see if they have time to do it and are willing to do it. It's kind of late notice, but I haven't got an answer back from them. But also we need your decision whether you want to pursue that or not. Said it's kind of late. We don't know exactly what the cost would be, but just kind of want to gauge your interest in adding seal coat to that project, if they could do it in fairly short notice here.
And what would be the proposed cost share on that? Would the county be responsible for, because when that project was paved, there was a cost share by the people in that subdivision.
I think Todd can answer that one.
Okay.
Todd Miller, Road Operations Specialist. To bring you up to date on that, received a phone call from them. They would be willing to do that same process as before, but the only thing is if we do that one, do we do the other
Yeah,
ones that
well,
are?
that's my question.
Where
is
we
what,
go.
do we have a precedence and policy for doing those subdivisions? So
Yeah.
I know we've gone in and hard surfaced, but
Yeah,
there's some that have been hard
and
surfaced a
some
lot longer.
subdivisions, we've done chip seals before.
Okay.
But if we don't, I don't know if we are responsible for those, but yet I look at that they did pave them. Maybe it's a maintenance thing to save it, because if we don't do those, then in the long run, maybe we end up have to repave because we didn't chip seal.
So
I
how
don't
many-
know.
How many,
It's a-
how many lineal feet do you have it cost, estimated all, just ballparking it?
Yeah, if we're gonna sort of use the unit prices, similar to the bid project, it's probably about $30,000 for the Copperleaf subdivision. And there's other ones out there, but it's about we expect the number to be about 30,000.
Once again, what was the original pay structure on to
I
pave
believe
that?
30% was by the owners.
I don't remember. I just was told to bill them at that time. Al had mentioned it.
Should look that up, but I think it was 30%.
I'm thinking you're pretty close to that, right? Being right on that.
And is that a policy? Is that our policy?
No. Well, we're trying to
there's no
get,
policy for
there is
We
no
don't
policy.
actually have a policy
But
for
we're-
paving subdivisions.
Yeah, we're trying to, over time, get, because a lot of the new subdivisions require an HOA, and part of the HOA requirement is road maintenance and those kind of things, and so, yeah. So I think we have to have a cost first, even if the,
Right. So if that's the case, I mean, if they're gonna do the seal coat next week, for instance, it probably won't happen.
Right.
Just, we'll push that to next year or some other time,
I agree.
okay? Any questions on that? Next project's active construction, 131st and 48th Street over by Bellafield area. 48th Street portion is done. They have the seating left, but that's the only thing that is left on that project. Switching to design project, 33rd Street and 110th Avenue. At the last meeting, Commission decided to go proceed with plans for a grading portion only, which we can get those plans ready for July bid opening. What we're designing it for is future paving, whether that's a year out, 5 years out, whatever, but we're planning a grading project this year to accommodate a future paving section. Like I said, whether that's next year or year after, but we'll have that ready for the July meeting for a bid opening. And then we had estimated roughly $400,000 for the grading cost, and then about the future paving, about 1.5 million is what we've got estimated for that. So, any questions on that?
No.
Okay, and that's it for my report.
Okay. Any questions? Thanks. Other guys?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, you want to come up and?
Todd Miller, Road Operations Specialist, Interim Administrator. Road crew operations. Our route and rubber sealing is completed. Dirt patching operations started as of this morning. Culvert replacement operations will begin this month as well. And then blading roads, I've updated hours on that. I ran a final report for the month of May, and that's 830 regular hours of blading with 123 hours of overtime, and that's due to the overabundance of which we needed, rain, and had a lot of phone calls on some roads, but we took care of those issues. Everything is going well as far as roads are concerned. Started hauling material last week. Trucks are out doing hauling shale right now to the road project that has been completed on 48th Street to get surface on top of that. And that should be done possibly by the end of the week if all goes well. The other thing is pulling shoulders and spring blading operations have been completed for the year. And that's all I have for the road crew operations. Projects, Andrew already talked about the West Broadway Mill and Overlay, 131st Avenue. Fences have been removed and temporaries have been put up for that construction phase to begin. Other than that, South Art Bridge replacement, that's been on hold now for until about another week or two before they can move in because of the water, high water in the river. And then plus they're tied up on another job or contractor that's for that. The Taylor Bridge replacement started as of today. If everything goes well, they might have one of the pipe in already by the end of the day. And then the other one is I need to know if we have a bridge that's located in Grant County that is our responsibility to take care of. Back in 1961, there was an agreement on the commission at that time agreed to that Stark County would take care and maintain that bridge, and that's due because there was a request for access to get to there would be a brand new road from the county line to that resident there, and they thought it would be cheaper back then just to utilize the existing road in Grant County, and then they made an agreement that we would maintain that portion. So
What year was that agreement you said?
1961, I
That was
looked it
before
up.
my time. These guys might be able to.
Well, I remember that meeting very well, yes.
If, yeah, to bring
How
you up
many
to date on that.
How many miles into Grant County is that?
Let me see, we have to go into Morton County, from Stark into Morton, down to Grant, and then back in. It's only like 2 miles off the road going in.
And we only take care of the bridge, not the road, so.
We blade it since we're there.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll blade it from in because those residents, one of the his wife works at Walmart, drives that for years, I mean, like, since Walmart
Are we
opened up.
also doing the Morton County portion of the road then too?
No.
Okay,
No, just that road going in. We do just like for graveling, we do our own section, and Grant County takes care of their section.
got it.
But the bridge does need to come out. It'll be just like the same kind of a job as the Taylor, bridge. 2 pipe will be put in, and then, I can work an agreement with, Grant County to get the right-of-way, have them do the right-of-way, take care of the fencing, and we would take care of the bridge and then, or with the pipe, and then we would salvage the bridge ourselves, talking with Keith over in the Richardson shop. So that's where we're at with that. And the other 2 things is I need, talk about is I need approval for application for Adopt a Highway in Stark County. I have that application. I sent that information out to you guys. And anyway, I just need a motion to approve that, to Adopt a Highway program in Stark County.
And this is the DOT recommended.
Yep, and this is the same agreement that the DOT has in place, and it's for people to go out and clean a section of road, and then we would put up the signs saying what entity that is covering that. So,
Okay. You want that right now, that action item?
if you could, please.
Okay,
Make a motion to approve it.
by Commissioner White, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
By Commissioner Franchuk. Any other discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay,
And the other application is it's called for mag chloride dust control treatment. This would be an application process that, say if an individual is having dust problems, that they would be request for 500 feet, and that would be 250 feet from their approach going into their yard. On the main road, go 250 feet both directions, a total of 500 feet, and then that individual would have to pay for the mag chloride, just for the mag chloride itself. The estimate prices here are just from the last time we purchased, so it might be a little bit more than that because of the increase of product, and we haven't bought product since I think the last time was 2023 or 22.
how many requests a year do you get for this?
Right now, I got 3,
Okay,
but usually there's multiple other locations, and then it comes to, well, if you put it down for this individual, why didn't you do it for me? And so that, by having this in place, that would eliminate that, and then we would know ahead of time how much to order in.
That was gonna be my question is, up to this point, how did you pick and choose?
Well, that's what
And
comes
I
to-
like this idea where, there's gotta be some of their own skin in the game. And
and this is
Right.
patterned after other counties, yes?
There's
no?
some other counties in the state that have it as well, but they kind of do it a little bit different. I tried to look this back up where I found this at, where they have adopted it, but I can't remember what county that was, but anyway.
This the one I asked you to, I don't know I know you were making up a form and I said have Amanda look at it and just make sure it's
Yep.
fine?
Yep.
Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, this is the one. Same with the adoptive highway. She looked at both of these. So,
So you're seeking to get approval to utilize this form?
yes, yep, for in the, I don't know if we can still use it this year yet. I think we could. If you adopt it as of today, I suppose we'll just go forward and then add it to our website.
So,
And I'll just change the dates for this year and then put them back.
For
to-
next year?
For next year,
And
for
pricing as well?
2026, and then update the pricing as soon as I get a quote from Dustbusters.
so on these rates, one is 25 cents rate and one is 50 cents rate.
Yeah, the quarter rate is what the application of like, when we put down 4,000 gallons in a mile,
Okay,
and that's a quarter rate. And so then if we do a double of that,
on each side.
yep, and it covers 24 feet road top. and we do that with our own trucks. So our cost, this year cost is just the mag. It's not the cost of the operations, far as going out and preparing the road or any of that. So I think this would be
I
fair.
think that's fair.
I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but I just wanted to bring that up to your attention, and if you want to adopt that, that's fine. If not, we'll just move forward.
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine.
So I make the motion to approve your form.
Okay, by Commissioner White,
I'll second.
by Commissioner Franchuk. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the adopting of this form, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side, motion carries.
And thank you, Commissioners. I have one more item that came up yesterday and met with Baker Boy. When we built the county shop here in Dickinson, we were on the pressurized Baker Boy sewer line. And since the new roundabout that's going in right there by the BLM and where Martin Construction used to be, area there, there the sewer line goes underneath that. And the city has recommended to Baker Boy and us to, that we would eliminate 2,400 feet of our existing line that's there, that goes, not ours, but Baker Boy's, that goes past from that lift station going east to down to the, I think it's Frankie's area is where it drains into. We're gonna eliminate that 2,400 feet, and then we would dig in a new trench going north from that intersection, right where that lift station, right where you turn in there. That's where we would curve that line and go 400 feet to the north, drop into the manhole there, and then back into the lift station. So it's a win-win situation for us and Baker Boy as well. And so our agreement back then was that we pay 50% of that cost. So that'll be coming up. I don't know that cost. They're just getting, and they want to complete this by October of this year.
And that's 50% of how many feet? 400 feet, you said?
400 feet of sewer line.
Okay.
And then whatever valves and all that gets done. So they're gonna try to get 2 quotes locally and go from there. Just
Need it.
want to give you a heads up on it.
Okay, do we need action on that?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not yet, unless you want to.
Yeah, there's an agreement there that, I mean, they're gonna move it anyway. and we
Yeah.
have the
Yep,
agreement
yep.
that we pay 50%
Yep.
already.
I think once that
just-
bill gets in front of us, we can deal with,
Okay.
handle it. Okay.
All right,
sounds good.
thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chair Messer?
yes.
I would propose that, so we don't forget, did you want to put a motion forward to approve the South Hart contract for the sheriff's department once it has been updated?
Okay, good point.
Did we, I thought them were all due every year. We did the Belfield, the South Hart, and the Ridge.
This is a significant change in the contract and the wording, so.
What are your wishes?
I guess this is the first I heard of it, so I guess I haven't seen it, so I couldn't say.
I guess significant was a strong, but the initial contract, was written up in kind for the car. They gave us a car, we did the contract, that has since expired, so this contract would basically be the same as Richardson, Gladstone.
So when's the expiration of the existing service?
Was it 3 years, Amanda?
Like, so like, is it June, is it July, is it,
Of the existing contract?
Yes.
We have now, it's expired.
it expired?
It had expired a few months ago, so.
Okay,
Can we put them all on a schedule where they come due at the same time? And so this one ends at the same time Richardson and Belfield does?
How about not?
Why not?
well, Bellfield's a different animal. I mean, that's a different contract.
They all around the same period.
But the smaller
every
ones,
year.
yeah, we certainly could do annually, starting January 1 or something.
We could, they all obviously expire different years, different months. As of right now, but if that's what you wanted to do, excluding Belfield, that it would not be that hard.
it just makes it one-time discussion every year or two
Yeah.
or three.
I mean, is there a issue if we delay it to next meeting, or should we approve
Being
it?
that the contract is expired, I think we need to do it as soon as possible in case we need to take action there.
Okay, so I would look for a motion subject to Amanda's review to engage the contract.
I'll make that motion.
By Commissioner Marsh,
How long's it been expired?
It's been several, I don't know the exact date. It's been several months.
Okay.
they've approved their action
They approved it last night at their meeting, yes.
without a contract?
They have the contract. There was just some wording that needed to be
Okay.
correct spelling and things. My name is not Corey Long. Would be one of them.
But we can't start billing them until there's a contract in place. So it's up to the commission.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ask once.
I'll second, but I got some discussion.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Franchuk. Further discussion?
Like I said, just like to see this contract, as I'm not aware of it, whether there's any changes or what the deal is with it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've gone without a contract for a short period. Let's get one more month in this. And what's the monthly rate we're putting at risk here?
$1,000.
$1,000.
So then we would not be billing them at this time, since there's no contract?
Well, we haven't billed them for several months.
Yeah.
right? So, and they've continued to get the same service.
Yeah.
Correct.
What's
So
one more?
essentially, we've been working off the old contract for the car. I mean, it's not life and death. We can still work off the old contract, but
Okay,
yes,
any other-
obviously we can't collect.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All in favor, if I hope we get your motion right, Corey, of approving the South Hart contract subject to state's attorney review, signify by saying aye. Pose same sign? No.
No.
Motion fails. Okay, Dickinson Ambulance Service.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning. I'm here to give you guys an update with 27 days, 14 hours, and it looks like about 22 minutes until we go live. I thought it was a good time to come in and update you guys. So you can stop me at any time through this if you have questions on a specific topic. So wanted to update you, our two ambulances that we ordered are still on schedule for August delivery, so about a month after we go live. Billing and reimbursement, we're at the tail end of being able to actually bill, being set up with our third-party billing company, and we've gotten approval for Medicaid and Medicare, so we're just waiting on the finalization of all that. We have attended, feels like 100 different stakeholder engagement meetings throughout the community, DSU, Trinity, DHS, countless other organizations, and engaged in some agreements and mutual aid agreements, and also intercept agreements with some of our surrounding EMS services. We received our DEA license, so we can now order, and we have ordered all of our medications and narcotics. We were able to enter into a pretty good agreement with ND Pharmacies. We are now getting about 95% of our medications at cost, so that was really helpful. We're seeing about a 50% savings on medications. There's some of the narcotics that they just aren't able to get, so we have to pay through a different vendor, but it has really worked out for us. The majority of our major equipment and supplies has arrived. We are essentially stocked and ready to go for July 1st. policies and protocol development, we're kind of putting some of the final touches on that. We've developed over 150 new documents in terms of protocols and some EMS-specific policies and procedures, and then probably 100 more revisions on existing documents to include that same staff. So we're not creating any division between fire and EMS, that it's one cohesive unit. Glad to report that we are fully staffed now. We hired 6 full-time firefighter EMTs, 9 paramedics, 1 EMS educator, and then our EMS executive assistant that'll be handling all the billing and financial stuff. So it's a total of 17 new positions that we filled. And then we also have have 2 people enrolled in paramedic school. So we're going to start to build that internal pipeline, so we don't ever run into recruitment issues. We've found in the fire department we don't really have any major issues hiring firefighters, but paramedics was its own beast that I feel like was a little difficult to overcome, but we did get there. We are sitting with a couple in the pipeline, so if a couple that are coming over don't come over, we do have some backup that we can make offers. Training and onboarding, we're doing all kinds of training, getting our existing staff ready to go. We did complete an EMT academy for all 6 of the firefighters that we brought on. They also just finished up their fire academy, so they have received their EMT licenses. We had a 95% pass rate, which is amazing. We were going through Sanford through the fire department. We were seeing about a 45% pass rate, first time pass rate. So saw that significantly increase. Having that educator on staff has been really helpful. And then the fire side, we got them through that. They're ready to go. We actually, today after lunch, will be meeting with a lot of the staff coming over from the ambulance service, and then the rest of the EMS staff, kind of getting them onboarded, getting all their licenses transferred over underneath us, and just kind of getting them ready to go. So when July 1st hits, we can just hit the ground running. Still working on some communication stuff with dispatch. There's been a lot of stuff to work through on that, specifically the dispatch procedures for how that's going to look, doing it over one channel, what the fire department's going to be going to. We are working on doing like a station dispatching to kind of clear up some of the traffic and kind of help with our shoot times, how quick a station is out of whatever they're doing into an ambulance and out the door. So our goal is going to be a minute during the day and a minute 30 at night. So we think having station specific dispatching will kind of help that with those shoot times and getting people on the road. Go live planning, it's constant, it's ever changing. We've had all kinds of just pre-launch briefings. We're working on some operational drills. We worked with emergency management to kind of get some of the tougher addresses out in the county and run some trial runs in an ambulance just to look at response time, stuff like that. Working on making sure we have mapping so all of our staff, especially existing fire staff not used to going out in the county, have an idea of where they're going and can easily find an address. We just continually are meeting and working, and we're getting ready to go July 1st. So with that, I know it was quick. I don't want to waste your time, but if you guys have any questions, I would gladly answer them.
So when you go out into a country location, ambulance, and then it's our city fire, that is going to be going out there also, or?
Commissioner Marsh, no. We would rely on our rural departments. We, as a fire department, outside of an ambulance response, we do not have the authority to go outside the city limits. So we've been working with a lot of the fire chiefs, and they're 100% willing that if we need them, we can call them, and they want to be involved. So it would kind of just be at a request.
It's getting that, meshing everything together a little bit tighter than what, that's good.
Absolutely.
With the rural end of the city and everything else.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Marsh, we also respond to ambulance calls in the county, so it would be I think it would be quite rare that we would call rural fire out unless it was something significant.
Okay. Thank you.
Couple of things. So all the moving parts through this process, you initially put a budget together. Has there been any budget challenges thus far?
There have not been any budget challenges. I think that we're actually under. So we did receive about a $76,000 grant through FEMA to help with some of the firefighting gear. We discovered that the EMT course, although we did it in-house, we were actually able to get, I think, up to like $1,200 reimbursement per student through the state. So we've applied and we've started receiving some of those funds. So we're actually saving some money, but we are finding some additional costs that are popping up that weren't necessarily anticipated. But we're sitting pretty good budget-wise.
So your two new ambulances are coming in August, and you've got the appropriate equipment. How's your equipment look, to bridge that gap between now or between July 1st and August when those new ones come?
We've received all of the maintenance records for all the existing equipment, and there's nothing glaring that we see that's going to be any issues, but we have worked with our fleet department. So the second we get them, so the transition plan is that Monday before we'll get one ambulance. We're going to get it in, take it right out to our fleet department. They're going to get it up on the lift, go through it pretty detailed, oil change, anything else that needs to be done. We'll get it back at the station. We'll start removing all of the decals and get it prepped and ready for us to get it branded for the fire department. So nothing blaring, but we also worked with the vendor that we bought the ambulances through. He's actually going to provide us a loaner ambulance for a couple of months at no cost, just a zero cost lease on an ambulance that they're receiving from another department. So we do have some contingency in case. So we're not overly concerned, but we're trying to plan for everything going wrong, in all honesty.
Great.
And the old ambulances we'll still have use for?
Yeah, so our goal would be to maintain 4 ambulances and then surplus or give out to one of the surrounding communities, just to keep 4, 3 frontline and then 1 in reserve.
And as far as, and I know the transport is a big part of your deal there.
Yep.
How's that look?
So we've been working with the hospital. We're looking at a system where we will never have more than 1 ambulance out on a transfer unless it's an emergent transfer. They seem very open to that. I know there was a lot of discussion from them. Well, if you say no, then we'll just go on to the next EMS agency. Our reply was, we're not saying no, we're just gonna give you an ETA. So essentially we'd send an ambulance out, until they were back and hit the county line into Stark County, we would not send another ambulance out. We're still running into some issues where there's a lot of transfers happening. We'll have to reevaluate if it puts any kind of significant strain on our surrounding ambulance services, but we're hoping giving an ETA, and if it's not an emergent transfer, that the hospital's gonna work with us. So we are still kind of trying to finalize that, but it seems like they're really open as long as we give them an ETA, 30 minutes until we can take that. And our goal would be, if it's not emergent, we'd rather take it during the day and not in the evening. We don't want to put our staff at risk either, putting them on the road.
And there's other options as well, like the helicopter flight service that they have.
There are, yep, there's other options. So if it was emergent, we could do rotary or fixed wing. It would just totally depend on what the situation is, but we would never turn it down. We would just essentially say it's going to be a little delayed, or can we push it till in the morning? So just hoping if we open up those lines of communication that we can kind of work through some of this.
So when we started this conversation about a year ago, obviously the economics of all this were very concerning. So do you know any more today? Do you have any more projections as to how this looks, or how far into this do you think you're going to know that, hey, this is where we're going to be annualized economically?
It's really difficult now. We just don't have the call data to really break down ALS versus BLS, transfers versus just a treat or a no transport, right? So it's really difficult to put those projections. We're hoping, within several months of billing, we should have a fairly good idea of what we're looking at. But one thing to remember is that billing is also going to be about 30 to 90 days behind once we send out to Medicaid and Medicare till we actually get paid. So my goal would be, I'm hoping by the 1st of next year, we'll have a little better idea. And some real numbers that we can really present to you guys, so we know what the impact is going to be. Our goal is obviously to always break even, right. and we will pursue that, as much as we can, and make any adjustments that could help us. break even.
I know we discussed this before, but what's the typical percentage of an ambulance service that does not, or not able to collect on their services? What's that rate?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I've been so far out of those numbers for a while since we've been so focused on going live. I think that the existing ambulance service was in the mid 50% collection. Williston was at a 70% collection, so 70% you're making more than just breaking even. And I believe that the ambulance service was breaking even, so our goal is going to be hopefully 50% easily. But
Any other questions?
Really exciting.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
very good, good.
thanks
So-
for the continued support and the partnership. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly, can you be done in 5 minutes? I think so. All right, let's,
Chairman, Amanda emailed you and the rest of the commissioners that contract, FYI.
okay.
Good
Morning.
morning, Chair Messer and County Commissioners. I'm Holly Prouse. I'm the Director of Sunrise Youth Bureau.
And I'm Amber Hofstad, I'm the youth advisor.
We're basically here to visit a little bit about our programming, talk to you guys about our continued support. We know that Stark County is our top supporter. If it wasn't for Stark County, Sunrise Youth Bureau would not be in existence. So we appreciate everything you guys do for Sunrise. So instead of talking about each of our programming, I want to talk to you a little bit about who we actually help. So we are here to thank you for your continued support. We use the Stark County funding to help assist with our current programming. That includes diversion, crisis intervention, education, prevention, out-of-school suspension, and shelter care and attendant care. We help our local law enforcement by being a safe place they can bring youth to in the middle of the night. Whether it's a youth getting into having a delinquent charge, a runaway youth, or a youth needing time away from a conflict at home or a domestic situation. We help our local human service zone if they need placement for a youth, whether it is a CPS worker needing a safe place for the child, if there's a child abuse and neglect going on at home, a foster youth is having conflict with their foster parents, or a youth keeps running away and a safety plan needs to be put into place. We help our local Badlands Human Service Center. They're able to place a youth if they receive a crisis call where the youth is having a mental health crisis. They may just need a mental health break away from their home or school. They may be working with a family that is going through a tough time and needs a place for their teen or child to go until a plan is put into place. We help our local schools by providing prevention programs. This may include education on drugs, alcohol, vaping, respect and rules, manners, bullying, etc. We help our local schools by providing out-of-school suspension. The youth is placed at Sunrise Youth Bureau during the day so they're able to work on their homework and the reason why they got into trouble. We have seen a huge increase in this program that we do from last year to this year. I would say that's probably our most increase we've seen was the out-of-school suspension program. We help Southwest District Juvenile Court with their diversion program. They're able to refer first-time or minor offenses to our diversion program. Because of this, we are keeping teens out of the juvenile justice system while still holding them accountable for their actions. This also helps juvenile court with their caseloads. We help parents who may be struggling with a defiant youth at home. We're able to work with a parent and a child by explaining the juvenile justice system and what can happen if they continue this behavior. We give them classes on what they may be struggling with. This can include anger management, conflict resolution, making good choices, self-esteem, etc. We can also make recommendations to other programming or agencies in our communities. Without the support of the county, city, and partnering agencies whom we have contracts with, we couldn't provide these services. We appreciate your continued support. Do you guys have any questions for us?
And we will take more time if necessary here, so don't feel pressured.
Sounds good.
No, you guys always do such an
Yep,
amazing job out there.
I agree.
Thank you.
Tough work, for sure.
Well, like we said, we appreciate you guys. You provide us the building, a full meal levy, the utilities. So if it wasn't for Stark County, we wouldn't be an agency in our area. So, and we stay busy. Amber and I are on call 24 hours a day, so we get phone calls in the middle of the night. But yeah, we've been there for quite a while now. I was just telling Rich, he's president of our board. He's been on our board since the beginning. He actually helped get the Youth Bureau in place. But I said next year will be my 20-year anniversary that I've been with the Youth Bureau. So
Wow, it's amazing.
time goes by fast.
Good.
Keep
All
up the
right.
good work.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you guys. I did bring a stack of brochures, so I'll pass those out
Please.
if you guys would
Please.
like some.
Just pass them down.
Sure, yeah, just. Any other questions? See, I think I was under 5 minutes, wasn't I?
Hit it out of the park.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. It is 10 o'clock. The annual Stark County Board of Equalization meeting will now take place. Ms. Wandler.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Natalie Wandler. I'm the Stark County Director of Equalization. I've given you guys an agenda. It's the first page in your little binder that I laid out this morning. We will start with the 5 small cities first, then we'll do the city of Dickinson and then the county. Anyone that's here today who needs to sign up at the table with Sarah in the back. This meeting is to talk about valuation, not taxes. It's an open meeting. So anyone that wishes to speak, when we're in your area, so say we're talking about the city of Taylor, you live in Taylor, you want to get up and address the board, that would be the time to do it. Once we make the motion to approve the values, it's too late to get up and speak. So just so everybody's aware, Neil will ask after every city if there's anybody that would like to speak, because sometimes I forget. So let's get started. We'll start out with the city of Belfield. My small cities this year went very well. I didn't have anybody attend any of them except the actual board members. They all approved a couple questions in Taylor, because this is the first year we did Taylor, so that one was a little trickier, a little different, but we'll start with the city of Belfield. For 2025, the market value is $67,405,200 for a taxable value of $3,136,770. That is an increase from 24 to 25 of $211,361 in taxable value. They had new construction of $434,800 in residential and $66,000 in commercial. They had 30 homestead credits, 21 veteran credits, and 9 building permits for 2025. Or actually 24.
Do you have a percentage on the taxable value increase? You have that broken down? If not, no big deal. We
I
can
do
it.
not.
Okay.
All of our residential and commercial structures went up an average of 6 to 7%. Just the structures, so the land didn't change. We did change our site nexus, which is more in the county than the small cities, but that was the average that we needed to go up in Stark County for this year to get our median to be at 91%, I believe is where it's at. But no, I did not figure out what the actual percentage is for each one.
Okay. Anyone from the city of Belfield who has any comments or questions, if you could please come forth. Anybody from Belfield who has a question or a comment on the valuation process, if you could please come forth. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the market value and taxable value as presented for the city of Belfield.
Motion to approve the market value as provided here,
Okay, and taxable value.
taxable value.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
By Commissioner Franchuk. Okay. I think we can do this collectively. All in favor of approving the city of Belfield valuation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, Now
Next.
for the city of South Hart. Their new market value for 2025 will be 47,412,400, and their taxable valuation will be 2,183,674. That's an increase of 180,747. Their new construction in South Hart was 1,654,600 in residential, and commercial was 21,700. They had 6 homestead credits, 2 veteran credits, and 5 building permits for the year.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the city of South Hart would like to make a comment or a question on the valuation? One more time, anybody from the city of South Hart who would like to make a comment or question on valuations, please come forth. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the valuations of South Hart.
And make the motion to approve the market value and the taxable value for 2025 for South Hart.
Okay, motion, do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Claris. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the South Hart valuation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, now for Gladstone, their market value for 2025 is 17,714,700. Their taxable value is 803,883. They had new construction in residential of 145,500. Homestead credits were 11, veteran credits were 2, and building permits were 3.
Okay, anybody from the city of Gladstone that would like to present a comment or a question, please come forward. Or they could also comment online by phone. Anybody for the city of Gladstone has a comment or a question on their valuation? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the valuations for the city of Gladstone.
Make the motion to approve the market value and the taxable value for the city of Gladstone for the fiscal year of 2025.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the Gladstone valuations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Taylor.
Okay, City of Taylor, their market value for 2025 is 16,483,800, which gives them a taxable value of 751,214. That's an increase of 58,058 in taxable. In residential new construction, they had 126,100. Homestead credits, they had 7. Veterans, 2, and building permits, 3.
Okay, anybody from the city of Taylor like to make a comment or questions on the valuation or their valuation, please come forward. Anybody from Taylor that has a question or a comment on their valuation, if you could please come forward. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the valuations for the city of Taylor.
Make the motion to approve the market value and taxable value for fiscal year 2025 for the city of Taylor.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, by Commissioner Marsh. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the valuations for the city of Taylor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Richardson.
Okay, and for Richardson for 2025, their market value is 89,896,800, which gives them a taxable value of 4,310,940, which is an increase of 397,044. They had new construction in residential of 59,100, commercial of 220,400. They had 94 homestead credits, 4 veteran credits, and 10 building permits.
Okay. Anyone who has a comment or a question regarding their valuation in the city of Richardson, please come forward or comment on phone.
I'm not sure if I got that homestead credit number right, because I think
It
that's
looks
kind of
big.
high.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
I don't think it's that high, because I think that's the county number,
Okay,
so.
excuse me. Anyone who would like to make a comment or a question on the city of Richardson valuation, please come forward. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the Richardson valuations.
Make the motion to approve the Richardson market value and taxable value for fiscal year 2025.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Franchuk. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of approving the Richardson valuations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, now we're to the city of Dickinson, so I'll let Joe come up. He does have one more sheet he wanted me to hand out to you guys, so.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Morning.
I am just about a half bubble off today, not feeling real well with the smoke and everything has got my allergies up, so if I sound like I'm rambling, please feel free to ask some clarifying questions. Typically, we come before you with evaluation for you to accept, but we've got a couple of other items that are going to need some consideration before we can finalize some numbers possibly. And so I'll start with the highlights page, which is just the true and full valuation for the city of Dickinson, and we'll go from there. So commercial value, the true and full valuation for 2025, we have at $1,307,074,388, up slightly from last year of $1,131,906,868. Residential properties are up this year as well at $2,036,855,200, up from last year's $1,857,863,000. So our total valuation this year is $3,343,929,588, as compared to last year's $2,989,769,868. So new construction for commercial, we had $67,166,818 of new value added, up very significantly from last year's $1.3 million. Residential was also up significantly this year at $17,632,000 from last year's just over $2 million. And so our new value added this year is $84,798,818. That provides us a taxable valuation of $157,015,699 as compared to last year's $140,461,879. And the part of that that's new construction is $3,992,438. Our commercial sales ratio, and remember we just had the commercial revaluation done last year by Vanguard, so had all updated information. Our ratio was 85.7% for commercial, and residential was at 84.8%. Following the adjustments that we made, commercial now sits at 94% and residential at 91.9%. So we're well within tolerance on both of those numbers. That's the values that we're bringing forward today and would like you to accept. We do have, like I said, a couple other considerations. The first one I want to start with is churches. So following the City Board of Equalization meeting, we had 4 churches that did not make the exempt list. The reason for that is for some time now we have been looking for a method to have churches prove that they are an exempt entity. And we did have issues with people filing to become a church in the state. They would bring a parsonage, a pastor license, an online one from another state back during the boom here. And they would file to be a church, and then they'd want their house to be their parsonage. However, they weren't using it in a church manner. And so one way that we used to ask church companies, or not church companies, churches and similar entities, to prove that they're eligible to exemption, just show us your 501c3 status from the IRS that you are a church. And that was pretty easily weeded out those who weren't from those churches that were. Up until this year, when we had two of them suggest that the IRS doesn't require churches to do that. It did provide some documentation from the IRS to that effect, and then leaving it to us, I guess, to determine whether they are being used as a church or not. Now, I am Christian, and, it's easy for me to tell if a Christian church is being used for worship, but maybe not quite so easy, if I was to go into a temple or a Muslim mosque or something like that, or any of the others. And so I'm not necessarily qualified without, a 501c3 status to say, yes, you are, or no, you're not using this for church purposes. And so looking for a little guidance, if we're not going to use a 501c3 because it's not required for them to have one, what method maybe can we use, and how do we maybe get these four on the list without having some people prove that they are and some people not having to prove it? So looking for a little guidance, I guess, and maybe adding these four to the exemption list for this year. And then,
What are other political subs doing regarding churches exempt?
I'm not sure.
Could you maybe pull that criteria from, from
Yeah,
Jamestown to Bismarck?
probably put that out.
Okay, I think that would be helpful, and then find a policy that you think checks all the boxes so that you're not, like you said, being disadvantaging or of one church versus another.
Well, and up until this year, I thought we had that policy in place, so.
Yeah. Well,
that certainly from the guidance of our city council that.
Yeah, I don't think we want to get in the business of dictating to you what qualifies as a tax exempt church or not. I think you have capable staff and capable council that could guide you in that regard. I don't know, do we have any churches in the county that we work off of? What?
We do not. I mean, the churches that we have in the county have been here since I've been here.
Okay.
We did have one come in the boom. They worked out of a trailer house on skids, so it really wasn't taxable either way, so we didn't throw any fuss because it wasn't a permanent structure. So we've never had an issue with it.
So if it's a church and a school in the same building, how does that work? I'm thinking of the one east of town on top of the hill as just an example. I don't know if they're exempt or not, but I'm just going, how is that dealt with? How is that handled?
What's the name of it? Do you remember?
Oh, boy, I could have.
Something-
Seventh-day Adventist, that's a fairly new church that's
Yeah,
been there.
it is. I don't know if
I
they
don't
even
think
file.
it's Seventh-day Adventist.
No, it's not.
On top of by Rough Rider?
Yes.
RV?
Yeah, just to the.
It is, okay.
Is it what?
That's the denomination, I don't know if it's the name of the church.
It's something to do with, like,
Okay.
being up on the ridge there or something.
Yeah. So, that's the only one that comes to mind.
That's been built in the last 10 years.
Yes. Well, I think you could certainly get that research done, and we could, whatever, listen, but I don't think we as a county want to get involved in the city's criteria, but it would be good information, I think. So what has the city done in regards to these? They're just waiting on additional information to make them qualified exemptions.
Regarding these, they didn't come to the Board of Equalization. All the communication was done outside of, so they were not added to the list.
So they are currently not exempt.
Currently not exempt.
Got it, okay.
So do they have an EIN number at all for tax exemption?
They
That they
have said that they do.
That would be one way of verifying, I think.
But
wouldn't it?
they've been told, I've been told, and I guess one way to look at it, the problem was that, I mean, if you file with the Secretary of State, they're pretty loose in their criteria. So, I mean, you and I could file for church status. We get our pastor's license. I mean, conceivably, everybody could get this exemption just filing with the state.
If you were to get an EIN as a tax exempt, wouldn't you have to have some
That's what-
documentation to show that you are,
Well, he's-
whether your organization is tax exempt or
Well,
not?
you would think so, but it
So
sounds
you
like.
can get a state, there's a state tax exemption, so that's probably what they're able to get. But for the federal side, you would have to have,
Yes. I mean, I just think about,
so they probably have an exempt number for the state. But they probably don't have the exempt number for the federal side, would be my guess.
Yeah,
Because it's two separate numbers.
What they're providing to me is just a cutout from IRS guidelines saying, if you're a church, we're not even gonna look at you.
I believe.
But I suppose at some point they could get audited. I mean, if they're not, that's where,
Yeah,
It's Invitation Hill if you still want.
okay.
It's what?
I believe the first two digits of your EIN also play a part. So if you're an 87 dash or a 72 dash, the 501c3s get a different first two digits. But they should be able to provide that if they've qualified as the 501c3s.
Well, they're claiming that federal exemption does not as a church, you don't have to actually have a 501c3. They don't want to get their 501c3 status through the federal side.
are they currently designated as exempt through the state?
I don't think state would make that exemption.
No, okay.
correct.
Okay.
I think they
Which was-
follow the same rule that if you say you're a church, they're gonna take you at their word and maybe they'll come through and audit once in a while. But if they're not auditing you and you're not, then you get one as long as that you try and pull that off, as we found 10, 12 years ago when we put this policy in place.
Well, how many churches are we talking about? 4 churches?
We've got 4 right now.
And do they at least appear on the surface to be a church?
They do. So I don't necessarily have any concerns adding these 4, but the concern comes into being consistent with the next one that comes in. It's like, well,
Well, and my issue is the city attorney has issued her guidance on how she wants, or how she believes that these should be exempted, and I don't know why we would step on, these are entities in the city of Dickinson, and if they're gonna have their policy be a policy that's gonna be followed by everyone, then they need to follow their city
Yeah,
attorney's
that's
guidance.
my point. I think coming to us is a non-factor, really, so.
And that fourth one, that Faith Community Bible Church, you have as renting from Southwest District Health. I think we had this discussion earlier this year. If the church does not actually own the property,
Right.
then are we gonna start going there too?
except for the fact that Southwest District Health is an exempt entity, and so the church then,
But are they not paying rent to Southwest District Health?
for code, and this is what got me messed up with the last one, because this was the one I was thinking the other one should get an exemption, but it's not. Because they are able to get an exemption because Southwest is exempt.
I'm just gonna stop the conversation here, that this is something we're not gonna dive into. So, yeah, we have no authority, we have no jurisdiction, so,
Well, they're quite likely could come back around as an abatement, and which time it's back before you then anyway.
that's fine, we'll deal with it then. But at this point, you'll probably have more data to support your decision one way or the other at this point.
Okay,
I don't think we're gonna go there, so, okay,
very good. Thank you for that clarification.
okay.
The other issue we have is we have a recommendation from the county commission to place a 15% cap on 140 parcels that were part of the revaluation process.
Probably from the city commission.
City Commission.
Excuse me, thank you. Yes, the city commission. And so I've provided you that list, or I provided, I guess, Tax Director Wanler that list. And so to add a 15% cap to that, we would be decreasing the city valuation by a sum of $7,374,000.
From the first page you gave
from the
us.
first page of that first reading I gave you.
And did we not set precedents on this already last year when this came before us?
Well, yeah, different year. So there was a recommendation from last year's city commission or city's Board of Equalization to the full county on the 15%, and we rejected that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, because that recommendation was made at the meeting without any foresight by me, I didn't have any additional information to give them. I do have another memo I provided for all of you, and just wanted to show that at the time I pulled this information, we had 93 residential parcels in Dickinson listed for sale, so active listings after Board of Equalization. So this year's data wouldn't pertain to last year. Century Code says properties are to be valued at market value based on a median sales ratio. So with that definition, if your median, which is the middle number of all your sales, if you set that to market value, that would be 100%. So 50% of sales would be over their sale price, assessed over their sale price, and 50% would be under. But when we look at these 93 sales, only 6 properties are assessed higher than what their current list price is. And if you include the tolerance range that the state gives us, that increases to 25%. And our median right now on our listings is, like I said, 80%. So half of our properties, right in the middle, half our properties are 20% undervalued from their list price or more. So to bring this back full circle, if we have, with the 15% cap, a house valued at $400,000, that's their assessed value. And after the revaluation, we noticed that, all right, we're undervalued by 50%, and we increased that to 600,000. That 200,000 is a significant amount. We're not going to say it's not. It'll get people's attention, and it should. And we hope to never get there, but we are. But if we cap the 400,000 figure at 15%, that would be an increase of $60,000. But we are showing the market is at least 10%, if not more than that, increasing over last year. So we're increasing, the market is increasing the 600,000 value by 10% or more. So we're going to add $60,000 and the market's already adding 60,000 or more. We're not catching up at all on these. And we could be getting further behind. And if the intent is, all right, after 5 or 6 years of this, we're going to be caught up, we're going to find out, no, we're not, we're even further behind. Now we're talking bigger numbers, same percentage differences, but
Yeah,
maybe
but
we're.
Under that assumption, you're making an assumption that the market's going to continue to increase at whatever number you say your statistics, something tells me between 8 and 10% on the residential. If the market only increases at a more static level, like a 2, 3, 4%, then that window frame would take less time to make up.
That is true, but the average annual increase since the 14 years I've been here has been 17%.
I disagree.
I've got the data. I'm happy to show you.
I've got data too. I'm in that business.
I understand it, but I'm sitting there showing you that half of our sales are 20% and more below value already. I mean, that's undisputable. It's right here in front of you. So, I mean.
So then why do we have a valuation problem?
This is why we have a valuation problem, because we won't catch values up.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is. Why are people so frustrated with the valuation process? We just went through 6 communities in our county. Not one voice said there was valuation issue.
4 times the city of Dickinson has had an opportunity to hire and complete a residential revaluation, and 4 times they've elected not to do so.
Okay, so you say it's a staffing issue?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
And so my recommendation would be not to cap the properties at 15%, because I don't think it helps us catch up. I think that just makes us kick the can further down the road, and in 4 or 5, 6 years, we're going to be here with at least the size of a problem or larger. So my recommendation is to make no adjustment to those, but we'll hurt the boards.
Well, I think the big rub here is like, folks, I mean, you look at some of these valuations here, I mean, there's a couple have doubled any year over year. That's a huge sticker shock to folks. So, I know this happened last year as well, and so how many more years are we gonna have sticker shock? And when are you gonna be caught up on your evaluations?
So the 1,049 properties we have left that have never been looked at. So up until June of last year, I'd been under the assumption, I'd been told by Vanguard staff, by prior staff for the city, that in 2000, when they did the commercial one, that we also had a residential one done. But last year, in the conversation I had with the company president, and he had to go back and look at his records, they said, we didn't do a residential revaluation for you. We helped you import your information into their database. And so,
Hold on, just to back, so there's 1,049 properties that have not been reassessed in 20 years plus?
correct. And that'll be completed this year.
So of your sales that you reference here, the 93, how many have you looked at and how many have you not looked at?
I didn't pull that information. I just pulled that directly out of MLS.
And the reason for the question is, if you've looked at, let's say, half, 47 of them or 45 of them, what is the ratios that you have at the bottom of the chart, list ratio to sales ratio? What's the ratio on the ones you have looked at, and what's the ratio on the ones that you haven't looked at? Now, if you don't have the data, I understand it, but that would be pretty important to me. I don't think, and I said this last year, even though I voted for declining the 15%, I don't think it is the property owner's fault that the property hasn't been looked at for a valuation point. I don't think property owners are out there in their front yard with waving a banner, my
Asking you to
property has
come
not
visit
been
'em.
reevaluated, right? So I sympathize with the property owner when they get, as Commissioner Clare says, this sticker shock scenario. We have to find a method through that. We have to find a process through that. And it is as big an issue not looking at the properties being out of line with valuation compliance as it is taking somebody and limiting them to a 15% increase on their valuations and not being on compliance on that side as well. So we have to navigate this. Again, you work for the city. You don't work for the county, even though the property is in the county. Our tax director works for us. So I think we have to be respectful of that as well. I just think it's a very frustrating process. And I know I see at least 5 or 6 individuals who are going to come up to the podium here, and I know I've had 3 or 4 times that amount in phone calls. And everyone's from the city of Dickinson.
So,
And-
are you saying, like, so you're saying evaluations have increased 17%? You say that's the average over the last 14 years? So are you saying that this cap needs to be moved north of 15% for us to ever catch up with evaluations?
That's correct, Chairman Messer, Commissioner Clark. That was the recommendation. I said, I fully agree with what you're saying. I mean, that was the point 5 years ago when I was talking to commissioners about doing a residential revaluation is this is where we're going to be if we don't do something. And the comment was, well, you're making it sound like the sky's falling, Joe. Well, it pretty well seems like the sky's falling now. So I get it. I 100% agreement. But state law says equalize. Caps aren't equalizing. We're not making it equitable. But that was my recommendation if we were going to do something. If we're going to add 15%, it should be market increase plus 15%. At least then we would be making some headway. Right now we're going to go backwards. So in 6 years, when the cap isn't 400 to 600, it's 600 to 900, and it's a $300,000 difference. I don't want somebody coming back and, why didn't you tell us this? Why is it this way? Here's why, because at the very beginning, we weren't adding enough.
I had a question about the state process. So if the board, let's say they agree to do the 15% cap, okay, and it goes to the state level, is the state just gonna say, no, that's not allowable and kick it back down?
So that is a very good question. I can't answer that. There's two ways this can go. One way is they will look at our final values and say, all right, we're within tolerance by doing these adjustments. It's possible they let that go. Or they look at law a little closer and say, you know what, you guys aren't following the letter of the law. That's not equalization, in which they would be free to say, fix that, or we will send somebody in to fix it for you.
Yeah. State Board
That's
of
kind of the
Equal-
two
yeah.
options we have.
To answer your question, Karen, the State Board of Equalization has the authority to come back and force your ratio within compliance, which is above, north of 90%. The reality of that is that isn't going to happen. You have 4 publicly elected officials who are working and have been elected in a state that has had property tax reform or concerns as the number one agenda for the last couple of years. If there is, if the city of Dickinson has a path forward to get there, politically, I just don't see any way where the State Board of Equalization in 1 year is going to force that down your throat. They're going to say, are you on a path to compliance? And you may say one thing, but the city commission message would be, we think we are because of the 15% caps. I really have a tough time thinking that you're going to have another state board trying to take more local control away from local political subs. The reality of that is that that's not happened. Legally, they would have that enforcement provision, that opportunity.
Well, and certainly with this cap, this year only, we won't fall outside of 90%. That won't get tested. I completely disagree with you that if we fell below 90%, they will have to get us in, or other communities will come in underneath and out of compliance. So they would force us in. That won't be an issue with this. The bigger issue, concern that I have, and certainly be a question for Ms. Engelstadt over there, is if we do this, there's no process within state law for it. It's not equitable. Do we open ourselves up to a lawsuit then for everybody and anybody to want their values capped? So next year's ones, are they going to expect a 15% cap? Last year's that didn't get it, can they sue to get the 15% cap? And that's the bigger questions and concerns, because I was told that you can't have a class action lawsuit in this process because every property is different. However, if we put on a 15% number would be the same to everybody, does that open us up to a class action type action?
Well, I feel for all of these folks that are going through this current evaluation. I mean, like I said, I'm sure that, I see where these addresses are, and I can't imagine that, this is gonna be, well, not just budget shock for them. I mean, there's definitely probably some folks that are on fixed income in these houses, and it's gonna make their life extremely hard all of a sudden to all of a sudden deal with basically doubling their taxes year over year. That said, a year ago, we denied this, and, those folks basically ate that last year. It's happening. That big evaluation happened. We rejected this, and they're valued at where they're supposed to be, and their neighbors are not. I mean, isn't the key word here equalization?
Well, that's what it's supposed to be, but
I don't know.
certainly
It's a
haven't
really,
done
really
that.
tough spot that the city of Dickinson has found themselves in here.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Claris, if I can add one thing, there isn't necessarily a bright spot in this, but if there's one thing that could soften it, would be the 3% cap, which is its own issue, but as from the property taxpayer side, we're not going to see the full amount of that tax being applied that maybe it would have been last year. It's going to be limited. And then with the primary residence credit, that increase will also help offset a lot of this too. So they may not see the decrease that other property owners will this year, but it'll limit the additional out-of-pocket that they're going to have.
I'm sorry, I disagree. Valuations and taxations are two conversations. And we can't drag in a 3% cap on a political subdivision taxation or collections and $1,600 in property tax relief into the valuation, we still have a valuation problem. So I'm sorry, respectfully, I disagree. So I don't know if we have other questions on the 15%. I have a technical question, and I don't know if Natalie or Joe, you can handle it, or Amanda. So on the action items we're gonna do today, what is the order? Because I don't see how the first one can be 15%. The first action item would be either acceptance or rejection of the 15%. We have folks in the room who want to hear their valuations appealed. We can't accept the full city valuation until we've answered the other ones, right? So just so we're doing this properly so that there is no, oh, we did this wrong, so we got to revert back to what the process was. So, so think about that so somebody can give me an answer. But I have a question for you, Joe. On your website, on the city valuation website, when you came in, when you do your valuations as of year end and you work on those through January and February and March, I would presume, as soon as you reevaluate a property, do you put the valuation on the website? So if you had, well, I don't live in the community, but if you have one of my properties and it was assessed at 200,000 last year, and then through the increase of valuations, whether it's blanket or whatever, that should have went to 220,000. When do you change that on the website?
So, and Chairman Messer, Commissioner, that's a great question. Our software company gives us a minimum number of times that we can update the full web and without, as part of our package, so we try and be cognizant of that and saving money. So when the notice of valuation goes out in March, we do an update of the website at that time. So the letter on your, or the value on your notice should match the value that's on the website. We don't change that again until after you complete your board work here.
Okay, so if I was at 200 on December 31st, 2024, and you took me to 220, you do all 16, whatever many parcels you have, all 16,000 parcels at the same time, up to your valuation to the notice that was sent out in March.
Correct.
Okay. So why did some properties get triggered a higher amount? And if you looked at that property today, it's been reduced. Is there a reason for that? Did somebody come in and talk to you and you manually or arbitrarily agreed to change some of those? Or was that because of the 15%? Why are some lower today than they were on the website in February?
So the 15% hasn't taken effect and won't until you act on it.
Okay, so you haven't triggered that on the website?
We didn't make that change yet.
Okay.
Without a specific parcel, I can't answer that.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought.
And I'll get those to you, but you've answered my question, which is you do it one time, and the next time you're gonna do it is when the valuation process has been complete.
Correct.
So is that today with us, or is it at the end of the State Board of Equalization meeting in 2 months?
The assumption is we're pretty consistently that they don't change a lot of values, so we roll values after the work's done here. So if you add the 15%, we've got a little bit of clerical work to make that happen, so it might be a few days. If you make no changes, then we'll get a hold of Vanguard to set that value and put the final ones on.
Any other questions here?
Yeah, just one more. So we talked a lot about the problem here. And obviously you did not agree with the city's plan of 15%. What is your solution? Do you have a solution for this?
While I fully empathize with this, I have for several years, and this is not the position I wanted to be in. It was one I argued for many years to try and avoid, but it is what it is. I follow state law. State law says equalize. It doesn't make me very popular. But in the end, I mean, certainly, like you said, nobody wants to see this increase. But everyone else who's received the increase is paying more because of it. And, you know, I don't know if I'm on one side or the other of this personally, but if I'd received the increase, I know I'm paying more so somebody else doesn't have to if we put a cap on it. That doesn't make it easier watching these people go, yeah, that's going to be a burden on them. I fully can empathize with that side too. And so I'm like, here's what the law is. If we don't like the law, we'll change the law, and I'll be happy to do that too. But as the assessor, that's what my guide is, and that's how I interpret it. City Commission wants to interpret it a little bit differently, and you agree with that, and State Board doesn't have an issue with that, I'm okay, but I just want to point out, 15% won't catch us up right now. And so if it's market plus 15, at least I know we're putting 15% on, and there's an end to this. If the market's 2%, if the market's 20%, we know we've got a final
But
end date.
marketplace 15 is 30%.
This year it'd be 25.
Okay.
So next year it might be 30.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'm looking for guidance. What's our first action item here? If not, I'm gonna move into, or do we do public comments first? So, we had a, list out there. Just go down the list. Sarah, if you wanna call out who's first? David?
David Steinbach. I live at 1192 11th Avenue East. Good morning, Commissioners. On March 18th, I received this letter from Mr. Hirschfield's office. It says we have increased the values by approximately 7 to 8% since last year. When I opened up my sheet, it had gone up 45%. Now, I've lived in my house 40 years. Neil, you sold it to me.
Yep, remember it. Aging us both, Dave.
Huh?
I said you're aging both of us today.
And you know, as Mr. Clary said, it's sticker shock. When you sit there and figure out it went up $107,000 in 1 year. In the last 4 years, it has gone up 74.75%. So it wasn't, I mean, it had gone up, what, 25% already in the last 4 years, and then to get a 45% increase. So I called their office, and they came and did a reevaluation, and they lowered it to 33%. That's still a sticker shock of an increase. You know, I'm not getting any younger. And when we bought our house, we bought it because I picked that one because I could afford the taxes on it. You remember at that time, there were probably 4 or 5 houses on every block in the city that were for sale. And getting a $107,000 increase in the value of your house in 1 year is just a little bit insane, if you ask me. That's not something a reasonable person would do to a person. But there are many houses I've gone through within a few blocks of my place that are the same square footage or smaller. They're way less. I mean, if you've added the 15% to it, I would be about in the same ballpark as those houses. Now, we still got the same furniture and everything as when we moved in. If you came over, we still got the same carpet and linoleum and the same. I started replacing some of the cabinets, but most of the cabinets are still the same as they were 40 years ago. And when I had them come over and reevaluate it, and they lowered it, all they did was look at things to raise the value. She checked, oh, you've got a vaulted ceiling. Well, that house has had a vaulted ceiling since it was built. You know, this is something new. That should have been in the taxes all along. And a bunch of other things that, oh, the linoleum, that's the same pattern. You can get that out at Menards right now. It's just a different color, and that doesn't matter. The stuff at Menards is not 45 years old because the house is. But there's something with these valuations that just need to be changed. I mean, this is completely absurd. A few years ago, Mr. Hirschfield came over and evaluated himself. And when he got through, he says, well, it doesn't matter. Somebody will pay that no matter what. And so if somebody comes in here and, oh, I like your neighborhood, so I'll give you $500,000 for your house. So then my taxes go up. And I can't afford to live there. I'm supposed to be thrown out in the street after I've lived there for 40 years. That's not right. You know, it's just, I called my neighbor across the street. I helped him when he built his house. And he didn't have any sympathy for me because his went up 50%, a $214,000 increase in 1 year. And sticker shock, I don't know. I'm thinking they're trying to get some houses freed up, properties freed up by giving the residents heart attacks. I mean, that's just not proper. I've got a whole list of properties here that are, matter of fact, a few of them I've taped and textured the basements and helped the owners with their remodeling and stuff. And so I know their places are much nicer and updated a lot more than mine because my house was built before most of those were built. And their evaluations are less than what mine is now. And I'm just don't know where to go. I think the state passed some law that put a 3%, 3.5% cap on something. Could you, didn't quite understand that. Was that a mill levy cap or a property value cap or what?
No, what it is what political subs can levy against property for additional year. That won't, so 3%. So if we levy 5.5 million collectively on all properties, that goes up 3%. That's the cap to the tax reform. So
Oh, that's on all properties?
on tax dollars, not valuations.
Oh,
They had some things in there that would have affected valuation, and none of those made it to the end. So they were all defeated.
well, I just think, I went to a couple properties. I was at an auction sale and they sold a property. It should have been a $900,000 plus property. But it was built in '78, so it was like 2 years older than my house. It had never been updated. They almost had to beg the people to get $350,000 for it. I mean, they had like over 3 acres, a huge shop that was all finished, and the house was 3,500 square feet, but it hadn't been updated since it was built, basically like my home. And so what? They got maybe a third for it that they would have. And I know of another property out here my daughter looked at. The valuation was over 600,000. And, the best they were getting was a $300 offer. And then those people couldn't even get the money from the bank for it because, it needed all these updates. So I don't know what they use, what kind of criteria is used when they do these evaluations, but I think it needs to be updated. And I appreciate Mr. Clary's remark about it, sticker shock, because that truly is what it is, to open it up and see that your house is,
What do you think the assessed value of your property should be?
well, if it was at the 15%, it would be right around what my neighbors and all these other properties are that were within a few blocks that I looked at. It would put it up to like 275,000 instead of over 300,000, which I really cannot believe somebody would pay 330. What they got it at now?
317.
317. Due to all the,
Surprised.
I don't have maintenance-free siding. I don't have maintenance-free soffits. I don't have an underground sprinkler system. I don't have all these things. I still got the original driveway, which is sunk 4.5 inches, which is going to cost me $20,000 to replace. And I don't know what it's going to cost me to repaint because the paint's peeling. It's just, I have no idea where they come up with these evaluations, But thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Blotsky. I live at 2566 States Boulevard here in Dickinson. I am requesting a 2025 adjustment to my property as the wrong square footage has been on file for the last 13 years. All of the interior was correct, but the exterior, they had used the wrong plans, I guess, and had my house as a split level versus a ranch, and had an additional 300 square feet on the main level, 300 and some in the garage, and 200 in the basement. So with all this tax stuff coming up, we've been watching all these meetings and really enjoy listening to you. He's sort of been our we're gonna go out and do this too and get our stuff changed. So I noticed in April this year, I was looking at our property card. I was just like, something's not right here. And I looked at our plans that we had from when we built our house 13 years ago, and called our contractor, and he said, yeah, you have the right plans. So then I contacted the city assessor's office, and they came out and measured, and they told me that they had made a mistake, and that yes, our property had the wrong information for the last 13 years. And so I just feel that I did the application for abatement for 2023 and 2024, and they were told me, so I'd have to do this again next year, to speak to you guys, hoping that you could just make that adjustment for 2025 and not have to file an abatement for that year also. So that's my request, is to look at that and to make that adjustment so that I'm not paying on additional square footage that I've been paying on the last 13 years.
Joe, have you made the adjustment for her for 2025? Because you can manually do that without us.
No, he told me that it was past time because the city had approved something. That's why when I turned in my paperwork, they told me to come here and speak to you guys, because you guys could do that.
I was unaware of that. What would the new value be then? If you go by the correct.
Chairman Messer, Commissioners, at her request, we did go out and look at the property. It was in the 1,049 to be looked at this year, so kind of got a little jump on it at her request. To correct the property with the methodology that we're using now and equalization, it would actually be $6,000 higher than what it is now, once all corrections are adjusted. What she's asking for is that the only correction we make would be that to the square footage of the house and the garage, which was inaccurate.
But what I was trying to explain to him when we discussed this previously is this has been a mistake for 13 years, not on my part, and I understand that I can go and look at that, and I could have made that change years ago. I did not, because frankly, I didn't really know that I could see this. And I think that being that this is a past thing, even though they looked at my house now, take into consideration what you were using previously to make that assessment. I don't think it's fair to go in, and we made no changes, just as you had said, made no changes to my house since it's been built, but they come in and look at the house and say, oh, but you have this, but you have this, but I've had that since the beginning. Nothing's changed in my house. So I don't know why can't you just use what you were using before to make that adjustment, which, I mean, let's face it, if I've been paying on a higher property size for the last 13 years, I've been paying more, so I feel like that should be taken into account. Not that I paid more, but that should be taken into account what they were using as their calculations in previous years to come up with that valuation.
You're the original owner.
I am the original owner.
Got it. How many years can she go back for abatement to?
2.
Okay, so you've exhausted the legal limitations of abatement.
Yes, I filed that like a few weeks ago. I went.
Okay, got it.
So looking for an abatement for 23 and 24.
No,
We've already
I did
granted
that, and I
30.
yes, I did that, and so I'm just asking to go back instead of having to file it because they said I have to file it again for 2025. Just asking for it to be looked at so that this is already adjusted for 2025 and not having to file the paperwork.
What was the difference in the square footage versus what was on the assessor's site?
I think you have it in your packet, Neil.
Oh.
If you look, I think it's right on this stuff.
They had assessed it at 1721 when in fact it's 1517 based off of the plans that I had from my builder.
Building plans, and then the next one is
What's
what they're taxing.
we're at?
It was, they've got you at 1721 and you actually have,
1517 based on our builder's
okay,
plans,
so
which I also have.
55 square feet, right, per level.
That was just the 1721 is the main level, 1517, the basement was listed at 1678, that's 1448, the garage was listed at 1128, and that's 826.
So they had the garage level and the lower level correct, but the main level they had incorrect, or did they also
They had
have?
all of them incorrect.
All of them incorrect.
But all the interior stuff, as far as bedrooms and that stuff, was all correct, but they had like the wrong plans, they told me on file.
So what you're asking is to change the square footage so you don't have to do an abatement next
Yes.
year.
That's how I understood what they told me I could do, so that's yes.
And he's corrected that already.
Not for 2025.
Well, that's something, Joe, you gotta be able to do.
No, it's not that. Here's, she didn't come to us before City Board of Equalization. So after that date, her 2025 value is locked in. Yes, I can correct her value. So we went out to her property to correct her value. Once we were done, however, her value is $6,000 higher. So we told her we weren't going to add more value this year. And because of that, we cannot abate this property until the taxes come out.
Not what I'm talking about. I'm saying correct the square footage immediately. You have that ability. I know you do.
Correct the property card.
Yes.
You, just like her, are saying we're only going to correct part of it, not all of it.
No. You can't,
If
Joe,
that-
you
if you-
can't, if I go out and build a new home for sale and it is X amount of square feet and the deal closes in July, in the middle of July, you are correcting your property card to reflect how much square footage and improvements are on that property. You can't, I can understand your concern about the valuation, but the property card in regards to the square footage should be able to be corrected immediately. That's your error,
We
not
can
theirs.
immediately correct the property card,
Yes.
not
That's what
part
you-
of the property card.
What part of the property card can you
She
not?
wants the square footage corrected and nothing else, which I can understand. I fully understand what she's asking.
Yes.
And if that's what you authorize for me to do, I will do that.
I don't think you need my authorization or our authorization
I
to
don't-
correct the property card. You need to be accurate. We just talked about how important it is to go to the State Board of Equalization with accurate information.
Partially
And
or-
now you're saying that you want to allow inaccurate information to go through the full year of 2025. That's not right.
Partially or fully accurate.
But he wants to raise my thing $6,000 if you change that.
Valuation,
That's a separate subject.
valuation
Nice step.
and data are two different conversations.
So what Neil's asking you to do is change the square footage, like you never went out and looked at the house, because that's not on the roll and, or on the list to look at till 2026, for 2026 values. So you wanna leave the value, everything the same, no changes in the property record card, except change the square footage on the basement, the garage, and the main floor.
My point is, without a conversation about the valuation, the city assessor still has the ability and the requirement to have correct data on the square footage. The valuation is a separate conversation.
Right.
I can't see any other path other than that. It would be absolute,
So
I'm sorry.
if we change the square footage and I have no basement finish on it and the house has basement finish, do I correct that? Or just the square footage?
I'm saying that the data of the value.
And I'm asking you, fully finished or unfinished, do I correct that, yes or no?
Did he walk through the home?
Yes, my staff went through the home.
I've questioned this, is I don't understand, because it was fully finished when we bought it. We did not finish any, it was fully finished, so I don't understand why the way, the
Yeah,
verbiage or
the cards,
something,
the
I don't
cards
know.
need to be accurate, so if
And
it
that's what-
reflects.
And I told her, I'm fine with however it is. I don't believe I have the authority to only change part of it. If we're gonna correct it, we're gonna correct it all. That's why we didn't suggest we would correct it till next year, because it was an increased value.
Value and the data are two separate conversations.
But if
It
he
is
corrects all
not.
the data, then it automatically increases it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But why can't
I
they look at
disagree.
how, if they would have done it properly from the beginning and used the correct square footage, using that data to come up with my proper valuation based off that previous data?
I'm saying the data needs to be correct.
I
And I
totally
would say
agree.
that there's a lot of properties that the data isn't correct, where you're both short and long on square footage and sheds and all this kind of stuff. I understand that. But here's when you know, and you have all the data in front of you to make it correct. So let's make that correct and then deal with the valuations, because you're going through that neighborhood. And if the valuation, according to your data, goes from 468 to 474, and you have compelling evidence to do so, you know, I'm not gonna sit there and argue that. But I'm saying, let's get the data right first. That's,
And with all due respect, Commissioner, after having been told we've got 7,000 properties that were inspected and weren't 4 times being denied the opportunity to get this all done, to come in and do it as you're suggesting, I fully understand what you're saying, but the can of worms that you're open, that anybody can come in and I want this change, not this change, because of all of this. it's difficult then to follow a consistent pattern. And it's important to follow law. That's why we have the laws in place. That's why Headland got up and said, we're not changing how assessments are done because there's no good way to do it. And why I have a process of, if we're going to correct it, we're going to correct it. If not, we're going to use what we have. And so with this one here, 25, we can't abate 25 until the tax bill comes out. So we're going to do 22, 23, and 24, let you make that decision. That makes 25 pretty easy to make a recommendation for. But now we're in the middle of saying, well, we're going to do 25 before we do 23 and 24, and we're going to ignore what is actually sitting there.
Yeah, well, this
Until
is,
next year.
this is going on too long, but the fact of the matter is the data has to be correct. Has to be correct. If you have the ability to correct
All of it.
I'm not asking you to drive up and down Sims here and run tape measures to make sure that all the data you have is, here's one where the property owner asked you to come and take a look. You came out and you verified that the data wasn't
Wasn't correct.
Let's correct it.
Part of it.
Evaluation is a separate.
You're asking me
conversation.
part of it, not all of it. And that's where I'm at. If you're saying part of it, then we'll do part of it. But I'm not going to do part. If we're going to correct it, we're doing all of it. If you direct me to do part of it, okay, we're going to do part of it.
Show me your data card and I'll tell you what needs to be corrected and what not.
I'm
what
sure
is
you
up for
would.
discussion.
Come down to my office, we'll show it to you.
Well, the property owner came to us.
So.
So Neil, if he corrects it, the entire property card, I'm assuming that that's tied directly to how much their taxes would be, correct?
Their valuation, yes.
Their valuation is. So those two are tied. So if he corrects it and it increases their valuation,
These
is
are
that
two-
okay?
These are two.
But they're tied together,
If the
right?
increase, if the updated card gets correct, and now he's going through that neighborhood, which he says he is, and it changes the valuation, that's a conversation for 12 months from now. Or 9 months from now when they head to the city. What I'm saying is, let's just make sure the data is accurate as possible on as many pieces of property as possible. And new construction is very easy versus something that's 50 or 60 years old.
I'm gonna ask a question. I'm sure it'll open up a whole can of worms here, but, so we have an ending number, if I'm looking at the right thing here, is 435,000, right? That was the.
468, I
Well,
think
it's
is
now 468. It was 435, it's now 468. Okay, now you got it 468, but you started at the wrong number in 2014. It was 364.6 then.
Mm-hmm.
And it was based on a certain amount of square footage,
Right.
right? So
sure
that
it's
number,
not.
and so every year you're adding to a number that was probably too high to begin with. So now you end up with where we're at today. So shouldn't it be a full evaluation going back to the very, very start?
Not allowed.
Okay, I know it's, okay.
That's sort of was my point.
Yes.
Okay.
But
got
you said something that was missing on the property so the square footage was wrong, but there was not a finished basement on the there was a finish. From the,
Finish it, I do not know why he tells me that, but our base was finished, our builders finished our basement, the whole house, nothing has changed. So I don't understand, I never understood that part when you say that.
so does the property tax card currently reflect a finished basement?
So part of the increase in value is because the finish shown on the basement, which was there at the time her house was built, we're not saying it wasn't, but was a low-quality finish and not what the accurate value of the finish should have attributed to the property. And so that's why her value will go up when the property card is corrected to what is actually sitting there on the property right now.
Okay.
The low quality finish was the exact same apparently, but I never changed anything in my basement, so.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we do revaluations, is to make these adjustments. We were looking out for her interest. If I don't correct the card,
Well, I can tell you that we've done, I don't know how many homes I've built and sold in this. And the city, before the building, or the occupancy permit is issued, the city comes out, takes a look at it, and you do your grades, grade 1, whatever it is. I have, and if you thought at that point, maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was a previous personnel within the assessor's office, if you thought it was, less, whatever, that's your determination. What's not negotiable is, or up for personal intake is how much the square footage was.
And this specific property, what had happened was the permits had gotten mixed up in the engineering department. The wrong plans got put on initially, and for whatever reason, it's something that, what would bother me is the staff member who went out did not verify the size of the property.
Okay.
And that's usually something we do, and that's why this is off. That's something we do want to correct. We were just, as you state, Chairman Messer, if I'm going to correct something, we're going to correct it completely. If that's not the best interest, we'll leave it to the property owner, and she can't debate it until after the tax bill comes out. So that's why we weren't going to correct it this year and was going to save it for next year.
Yeah. All right.
And that's why she's here before you with this one instead of waiting until December, so.
Got it. Okay. Anything else, ma'am? Okay. Sarah? Well,
Use this bottle. Good morning, Diane.
yeah.
Is that all part of it?
I'll make this short. I know everyone's getting tired of taxes. Anyway, I've given you the information on the house I'm protesting. I'm Diane Dukeshire, real estate broker for many years. Dickinson is my home and where I plan to live until I die. It's a wonderful community. However, I'm quite frustrated with our taxing process here. A lot of my customers and clients, I see a lot of inequity out there, and I think the time has come that we really need to take it seriously and correct what's going on. I have enclosed for your review, each price point has a different amount of sales, and I'm not going to go through all of those. But when we have these blanket increases, the market's gone up 10%, so we're going to increase 10, 15, 50%. That's not how the real market works. Because the higher the price point that you start at, if you add 15%, that's going to keep pushing that price point up where it's unsaleable and unaffordable for the person that owns it. So I think down the road, that's something that definitely needs to be corrected. And I really respect, Neil, what you've shared today because you are a fighter for the public, and I appreciate that. You're a good voice for the real estate community. I am protesting 886 14th Street East. It used to be about 2.3 acres. Back in 23, my husband and I decided that we were going to do a lot split. We sectioned off with city approval just under 1 acre of the property and built a home to the front of this existing property, 886 14th Street East. My builder, as well as the realtors within my office and other realtors I've talked to, feel that we had partitioned off about $100,000 in value from the existing property. So when the tax statement came out in 24 last year, I anticipated that I would have a big savings of, at least for the existing house, of around $100,000. The value actually went up $42,000 from $8,084 to $850,000. Now this year, when the tax statement came out, the value went up to $924,200. Next year, I can imagine if they added another $75,000. My son and his wife cannot afford that. So we have a real problem facing down the road. I checked my neighbors, 822 14th Street East, beautiful home, 3.5+ acres. She owns more land than that, but that's not a part of her housing tract. Her value is $734,500, and then the neighbor adjacent to that with over 1 acre, his value is $547,400. I'm not looking for you to increase their values because I think they're very fair in the market. But I'm asking you to consider 886 14th Street East. I just think $924,200 2 is just too high for the property. It's 15 years old. I contested to Joe, and I do have the information that he's got on the grid. Against new construction, he did a 2% depreciation. In reality, probably more than 2%. The comps, well, if you look at the comp comparable over 600,000, he really didn't have good comps to choose from because the sales, the higher price points you go, over 500,000, every 100,000 you go, it gets that much harder and that much harder. But a 15% increase for some of these properties in our community is going to be untenable. Any questions?
So I'm just looking at the assessor's site. So you said in 2023, you split off a portion. So remind me, how much gross space did you have prior to the split off?
I think it was 2.03 acres or somewhere in that range.
And then, so you split off about an acre, so you're down to.
Right, it's just under an acre. I would have gone an acre, but we didn't want to lose more trees than we already did, so we made the front one a little bit smaller.
What would be interesting to know is in '23, if the lot split hadn't been done, I see 17,000 in assessed value. I have a little tough time thinking so if I'm reading the assessor's website correctly, in 2020, excuse me, in 2024, had you not split off the lot, the value would have went up another 17,000. He would have, the assessors would have been at 868 and not 850. Am I reading that correct?
I don't know what he would have been at.
Okay. And that's unfair to ask, but I mean, according to the data, that's probably what it would have looked like.
So you're saying only the land value obviously went down
Yeah,
between
right.
23 to 24.
The land value in the whole property in 23 was assessed at 8,084. That's the year we did all the.
Do you have any lot sales in that area that happened in 23 or 24 that would reflect some kind of value?
No, the area's
accurate
built
value?
out. The area's built out for many years. We love the area.
Yeah.
Our neighbors to the east are wonderful. They don't make a lot of noise.
That adds to the value of the property.
That's the problem, right? Good neighbors.
Okay. Any questions of Diane?
Okay, thank you.
Are you making an ask?
I'm making an ask.
What was the ask?
To not have it assessed at 940,
924.
924.2. I just think it's too high. I know you can't go back to 2023, but in my mind, it should have not gone up to 850. It should have gone down almost $100,000 and then start from there with the increases again. That's where, as a realtor brain, that's where I go.
Okay.
It's just how my mind works. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay. Do we have another? Just three. Okay.
I
So,
want to check on the phone just in case
yeah.
there's. I think the mall and Walmart and,
Okay. So we want to hear those first.
well, I mean, you can make it one by one if you want to, but you.
Well, I think we should hear them all and then come back and review, so. Okay, so according to your data. Need a bigger desk. I'll have to pull a Karen here to get more space. Okay, is anybody on the line from the Prairie Hills Mall or Dickinson Hills? Or, we have one more in there, don't we? Walmart. Or the Dickinson Homestay as well. And Dickinson Homestay is on how many properties? Let's, since nobody's on the phone, let's look at that one first.
Okay, let's look here. I think after the one, the little hot pink thing that says memo for churches, then I think it starts, that first page is the Prairie Hills Mall one. And I just gave you guys a general, the cover sheet that they, I mean, I sent you all the appraisal information and all of that, but
I don't see that in mine.
It's kind of towards the
Right
front,
after
right
this.
here.
Church memo.
Memo Church.
I wrote
Next
Prairie
page.
Hills Mall
That
right
one.
on top.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So it looks to me like their request, or what they paid for it was 11.4 million.
Okay,
I don't even know where Joe has it. but-
and what is the current valuation? What are they asking to go from, without me looking it up?
Yeah, see, we haven't gotten anything from, all I got is an appraisal,
What, do
is
you
the
know off the top
appraisals.
of your head, Joe, what you have that property at?
Because there's several parcels on that property.
I think that, so
Initially,
it's,
they were asking for their purchase price. But
Which is
they've been into
11.
my office and they were supposed to make an adjustment to that too,
so 11.4,
is what they're asking for.
and you have it at
And
11 point.
No, I think we're at like 14 million between all the properties, because the appraisal and the purchase was for a large, number of properties put together. And so, I think they're looking at that purchase price, which I told them I had some issues with that I thought we were gonna discuss, but they were supposed to get a value to you guys, and evidently they didn't, so I don't know where we're going with this now.
Yeah, it's tough to do a blanket appeal evaluation. I know I beat up on you a little bit today, Joe, but on this one, I would agree.
Well, and, I mean, if they're not gonna call in, I guess,
Yeah, I mean.
We don't have to worry
that-
about it,
That
but-
one I think okay.
because there was actually a lady at your meeting, wasn't there?
I think it's the manager, right?
Yeah,
The manager.
the manager was at the meeting, and then the ownership was online in ours, and that's how we did it when he came to our office too, and.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Walmart then. We'll come back and do these one by one as soon as we get done here. So do a quick
Is anybody
synopsis.
on the line for Walmart?
Is anybody on the line for Walmart?
His letter says he's gonna be online.
Not on Zoom? Okay.
What do you have Walmart assessed at?
Okay.
$22 million. That include everything, all their property?
With Walmart's?
Yes,
Yeah, evidently they're looking for a value that falls in line with their appraisal.
yeah.
Which
But I
is
mean,
about half of where we're at.
so I mean, are there multiple parcels here, or is your valuation of 22 million and everything that they say, because it's only one parcel number, so I think we're.
Right, just one property with that one.
Got it, okay. So it's valued at 22 million. they say they have an appraisal or a valuation of 10 million. And they're asking to go to 12.410 million. Okay. Any other comments on that one? Okay, let's go to Dickinson Homestay then.
Okay, their new value is $6,534,700. They would like a reduced value to $4,957,400 or $59,728 a key.
That's for Homestay. Yeah, okay.
They've always called in before, so
Yeah.
it's weird that they
Yeah.
haven't called in.
And are they using their letter of authorization part to show comparables? Is that what they're put down? I see Hawthorne Suites, La Quinta, and Town Place Suites for their argument for comparables.
And so this morning we handed out this additional sheet to you. We've got both hotels and apartment sales on this, and these are all 2024 sales. And just a reminder, with all of these commercial properties, we had the revaluation done by Vanguard in 2023. And so we've got everything equalized, up to date, just like we'd like. And so we have the initial true and full value. We've got a sale price, which shows us the ratio on that. All 4 sales sold well above what their assessed value was. And so we had that median of 55%. With the increases that we made, it took the median to 87%. This was all off cost. The applicant here did not come before us last year with concern. Everybody got an across-the-board increase as far as the hotel properties of the same increase to structure. And now with that increase, they're coming back, and instead of looking at it based off of the cost manual and our cost basis, they're wanting to go in, and I don't think it's equitable to say, oh, this one was this for a key and this one here for a key, so we want somewhere in the middle. I think they probably got some things going on with their property, community room or a pool maybe that the other ones don't have that adds value to theirs, that maybe it does or doesn't give them value. Whether if that's a management thing or not, I don't know. But that would explain why their property was a little higher maybe than the others and where they'd like to be. But I mean, we were equitable last year and just made a similar increase to everybody this year.
Okay. No more, any other comments on that property? If not, we'll move on to 2150 First Street West.
Which is state apartments. And it's a 12-unit apartment building,
Okay.
but they don't really have anything. It's, oh, 1,160,000 where their appraisal came in, I think.
1,160,000. And they're currently at 1,588,600. Anybody on the phone for
State apartments.
state apartments? Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is, we're done with those? No.
Done with the city stuff as far as I know.
Okay. Is it possible to take a 5-minute break during a public hearing? Okay. We'll recess the public hearing for 10 minutes. we're back.
Okay,
So I think what, go ahead.
we need a decision on the city of Dickinson, so you handle it however
Okay,
you.
so we're gonna take up the 15% memo action first. So the City of Dickinson Board of Equalization adopted a policy of capping valuation increases for the year of 2025 at 15%. And so we need to act on that. We either accept it or reject it. I don't know if we can
Is
amend
that
that.
just on the 140 properties or, right?
That is just on the 140 properties.
Those 140 are over 15% for the year 2025. All others were not increased, were increased by less than 15%.
So this list that we have here are the ones that are jeopardy on this 15%, where they would get dropped
They're
back
in
down
ex-
to a lower.
They're in excess of 15%. Is that accurately stated?
Correct. There was like close to 900 properties, I believe, that they looked at for residential. This year, them 104, or the 140 are the ones that exceeded the 15% cap that the city put on.
So you're looking for a motion, correct?
Correct.
You can make a motion to accept,
So-
deny,
so I
or
will-
do
I'm
something.
gonna stick with, we made a precedent last year with this, and I think if we go against it, of what we've already set forth, we're setting ourselves up for some issues. I'm gonna make a motion to reject the 15% market cap.
Okay, we have,
Reject it.
so we have a motion by Commissioner White to reject the 15% recommendation from the Dickinson Board of Equalization.
Second it.
Mr. Claris, Commissioner Claris will second. Discussion.
And we will be doing this again next year, correct? You said there's how many more properties next year?
We've got 1,049 to get across, so I imagine this will be pretty broad.
And then we'll be caught up?
And then we can start again.
Okay.
But at least everything will be looked at by current city staff at least once.
And those policies are in place
Yes,
and approved?
correct.
I'm
Yes,
gonna,
and I believe that Joe stated at the city meeting that after this year, they're gonna go on a 6-year cycle and try and get to every property every 6 years, or every property once every 6 years. So they'll start with, they've got it all planned out with like 6 zones. They will try to get a zone completed every year for 6 years. So it'll be within the state requirement of 7 to 10 year requirement.
But as the city grows, you're gonna have to add more zones.
That's true. And I mean, state law says 7 to 10 years. So if they start with 6, if it ends up being 7 and they have to, but at least they got a plan. It's not gonna be 20 years.
Right.
I'm gonna vote against the motion, for the simple reason, a couple of reasons.
We don't have a second yet to vote.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Commissioner Claris does.
Okay, I missed that, I apologize.
I think the process has been flawed for years. We kind of covered that process up last year by rejecting the 15%. We talk about local control. The closest control is closest to the source. And if the Dickinson Board of Equalization felt it necessary to go to 15%, I'm changing my mind. I voted denial last year. I've just seen too many problems on this, and the consistency of the inconsistency is very problematic, and so therefore I am opposed to the motion.
And I think over time, data collection's gonna be more and more efficient. I mean, 25 years ago, a lot of this was done on pen and paper and entered in through a data of some sort, right? I believe the city has to come to a current status at some point. So we're not having these discussions over and over each year, because they're not fun, they're tough discussions to have.
So I know that they're two different things, but the evaluation process itself, are you in disagreement with the evaluation process itself?
I'm in disagreement with, and with all due respect, with Joe's interpretation of the State Board of Equalization's requirements. And, you know, Joe visits with them much more than I do. I had 2 meetings this year with Shelley Meyer and the State Tax Commissioner talking about this, talking about options, talking about how to fix valuations so they are not problematic. And we didn't accomplish anything because part of their policy is administrative, where the board actually can change their policy, and part of it is controlled legislatively, where they would have to go out and get legislative approval. We talked about a lot of items, but because Measure 4 was, on the ballot, it would have been very preliminary to go through some of those things, number one. And number two, it was also, as everybody knows, the property tax issue was number one, front, center, everything in the legislative. So for them to try to tackle, there was one bill that would have, there was House Bill 1534, that would have changed and capped valuations. That was soundly defeated because they didn't want to intermix the problems that were, or the issues that were in front of them, so.
So this conversation we had last year, you were for the 15%, correct, at that time, or were you against it at that time?
No, I voted against.
Not yourself, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Chairman Messer, Commissioner White, I am not in favor of caps just simply from the standpoint that I don't think we get equitability with it.
Okay.
And Chairman, if I may, one comment I want to put out, a more rhetorical question, but just for food for thought. I'm simultaneously here in front of you, on one hand, increasing property values too high, as stated by several property owners here. And I will agree with them. Property values have increased a lot. I'm not denying that. On the other hand, I've shown you 93 sales that we are very far behind on. And statistically, you asked how many of those. If we've got 7,200 parcels and 1,059 left, I'd say 1/7 of them would be that. So it's a very hard place to be in, putting too much value on it, still being far behind. So just chew on that a little bit while you're going through. This is all I ask. Thank you.
93?
93 current active listings.
Okay, out of all these listings?
Well, different data set.
Okay.
Forward looking to next year. That we are at this point already looking at another 10 to 15% increase based off of the listings that are out there. I don't make the market. I just report what happens. I know a lot of people think that I've set the values. I don't. I just report what happens.
Yeah. And again, Joe, you know as well as anybody, what you put in is what you get out. The letter you sent out on residential property stated that the market value increased 8 to 10% or something. I'm not trying to paraphrase something to the 8%. I can go in MLS data and I can put in data and I can say that the market increased by 5 to 6%, right? Potentially the same data, just a different interpretation of what goes in versus what comes out. So I get it. You have a tough job. I'm not denying you that. I don't want it for any reason. I'm just going that the valuation process is flawed and it is very frustrating to property owners. It's obviously the number one conversation piece we deal with and you deal with. So I'm just trying to find a path to success.
And gratefully, we've not only getting the amount of staff we need, we're also getting them trained to a position where they're qualified and comfortable and able to get out there. So the future's bright. We're just still getting through the rest of this tunnel to get there. So we appreciate your patience too.
Okay. Any other comments?
You've got additional headcount to help assigned with this task?
And so initially, my staff, we started with 3, and we're currently with 6 people, but we haven't been able to hire experienced people, so we're growing them from within. And it's a slow process. This isn't something you pick up in 90 days, and so we're getting there.
And you did mention this was part of the reason that this issue was created, right? They
Was
didn't
the
have-
staffing issue and the growth of the city and all of that, and where we had, with the limited staff and the amount of growth we had 10 years ago, that's all we did was new construction. That's all we had time for. So the existing properties were left to lay until we had enough staff to pick that job up.
No other comments? I will call for the vote. We'll just do a quick roll call vote so we don't have to do this twice. Commissioner White?
Yes.
And so you are
Of my
voting
motion.
to reject the 15%? Yes. So Commissioner White, yes. Commissioner Claris?
Aye.
Commissioner Franchuk?
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh?
Nay.
And the chair votes nay. Motion passes 3-2. All right. Now we can go to the individual parcels, correct? Okay. I think we missed one,
Did we?
Dickinson Hills. I have an appraisal sitting here in front of me for Dickinson Hills. Did they make a formal request? Or did they just
You know,
arbitrarily send
Every
information
email
out?
I got, I forwarded you. And then tried to organize it all within the last week.
Okay.
So, but nobody's been on the phone yet, so I don't know
I just have a copy of an appraisal. I don't have a cover letter asking for relief.
anything or,
Yeah. So, anyway, okay. We have what we have. So, under Mr. Steinbach's property at 1192 11th Avenue East, are we going to take any action on his request? If I read him correctly, he, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but basically you're assessed at 317.3 and you were asking to potentially go to the 15% area, which would be 274,000 and change. Is that accurate?
It's a lot better than the 33%.
Okay. Okay, any comments, recommendations, motions? I don't know how long the statute of limitations is, but if I sold you the house 42 years ago, do I have the ability to vote on this motion?
Well, okay, I would ask, are there any exemptions available for him?
He's currently getting homestead credit, and he will get the same PRC that everybody
Okay.
else gets.
Because you can stack them on top of each other.
Yeah.
So, if you are getting exemptions like homestead credit, if you're 65 and over and you meet the income thresholds, you can also stack the primary residence credit on top of that. So your homestead credit amount would come off first and your primary residence credit would come off second. So that will bring a lot of people down quite considerably with the new legislation.
House on 856 11th Street East, that's 1,344 square feet. Way larger than my home, and it's at 270,700 for evaluation, and that's the current one. Even at 15%, I'm gonna be higher than that. So, I'll still take the 15% over 33%.
Yeah. So,
Fixed income, I can't call in Social Security office and say, hey, I need more money, they're raising my taxes again. My wife was in the nursing home twice in the last year. Take that out of your pocket and see what you got left. And I'm over 70. I understand taxes are a necessary evil.
right here, this one.
It comes a time in your life when your income.
No, because so one of the questions that I visited, or comments we visited about, was the school bonding issue with PRC increasing from 500 to 1,600. See, he was already capped out at 450.
Yeah, but that's because he didn't need more than 450, so we can't give more towards
Right,
it. So
right.
this would go up to 1,600.
Okay, but the question I had, and I don't know if I can answer it, the latest version of 1176 exempted from the 1,600 voter-approved bonded indebtedness. And so he could have everything else potentially here zeroed out. And what would that do? Would he still have to pay for the school bonded out of his pocket? That's a question I'm not 1,000% sure on.
See, we're not sure on that yet either.
Yeah, okay. So, but yeah, you do on the property tax front.
I thought they took that out. I'm sorry. Didn't they take that out on the
It-
final bill?
There was so many different versions. I don't know, so. Anyway,
Okay.
point of clarification. So, looking for direction on Mr. Steinbach's request. Okay, I will make a motion to change the assessed value on Mr. Steinbach's property at 1192 11th Avenue East to $275,000 from the $317,300. Okay, do we have, does anybody wish to second
I can
that?
second that.
Commissioner Marsh. Any discussion?
So now, if this passes, how long does it stay at? I mean, until?
1 year.
For
This
1
is for
year.
the 2025 year.
And then it goes back to what?
Whatever the city assessor elects to take it to. I would suspect if he has a blanket percentage, that blanket percentage would apply to 275 and not 317? No?
Full value. What is the marketable value of the property?
Yeah, but you're not coming out to my individual properties and doing the same. You're applying a blanket number to a house on Hart Drive and a house on 23rd Street.
So with this property, I don't have the number 317.
317.3 you currently have
Okay,
it at.
so that is the estimate of value for the property. That's what we believe its market, true and full value is.
Right.
And so if you adjust it down, that is a board of review value that you adjusted it down for. And this is a comment I haven't made in a long time, and we'll do it here again. So if there's the difference between an adjustment and a correction. So if there's a correction made, so if the property owner came and said, hey, you're valuing a 3-stall garage and I only have a 1-stall garage, and we correct the card and say, okay, it's just 1 instead of 3, and we decrease the value for that, that value would stay. So that's a correction. This one here, we're changing the value lower for whatever reason the board here deems to do that for. And so that's a deviation from what the true and full value is. And you have the authority to do that, and we'll put that on. That's not an issue. But next year, when I provide a value to you, I'm giving you what I think the true and full value is, which is going to be $317,000 and whatever change the market shows from this year. And then you would, if Mr. Steinbach comes before you, it'll be with a new request.
That's why, you know, I sort, you know.
Yeah,
wanted to-
let's back up here. So, in this particular property, tell me all the factors you're using for the 300, for this current value.
And sure, I wish I had the property record card in front of me, but with any property, we value the square footage. I mean, that's what we're attributing the value, since we're cost-based. It's, you know, we're valuing the lumber, the concrete, and all of that, but you've got to have a number, so that's going to be the square footage, you know, of the property. And so we measure one up. We've already got a property that we're working on correcting because we were incorrect. So that would be a correction to that property. But with any property, we go, we measure the property. We're looking at the materials, the quality of it, so, if you've got a 12-12 roof pitch versus a 212, you've got more lumber in the rafters and all of that, and there's more workmanship. Do you have angles, or is it just a shoebox type four-corner house? Additional workmanship that goes to the quality. And so we put those factors in. Plumbing, we account for the plumbing and for all of that. Bedrooms, we address the bedrooms, but we're valuing square feet, so there's no extra value for a bedroom versus a den versus non-conforming. But we are addressing those items. And then what is the condition of the property? Is it brand new? Has it had a renter in there who got angry, he got kicked out, and he pulled the cabinets off the walls and punched a bunch of holes in it and broke the doors off, that then would be in poor condition. So, most of the characteristics are, they're factual. Only a few of them do we have opinion.
Do you depreciate, for the operating systems of the house, the electrical and the plumbing, do you depreciate those in any way?
We do have a depreciation schedule based on the age of the property, and we set that based on the sales of a property. So say with Mr. Steinbach's house, I'll just pull a number, but say we've got 10 sales of something similar. We estimate the cost to build that property new at $400,000, but they're all selling for $300,000. Now we'd say we've got, 33% depreciation on that then. And so that's how we would get the value down from replacement cost new in our cost manual down to what actual sales prices is based on depreciation. Now, with Mr. Steinbach's, I believe we've got his in below average condition. He's, stated that's what his opinion is. We agree with that opinion. There's not a lot of room to go down.
So, in the process, I've heard there was this subject of not condition, but finish, level of finish is something someone might consider really nice finish. Some would be average or below.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty subjective.
Very subjective. That's one of the two areas that is subjective. The way around that subjectivity is limiting the number of people who make that call. So if you've got one or two people going out and doing that, they're trained to look at it similarly.
But they also have something in their mind what is nice, or
But everything that looks like this house is going to be graded like this house. That's nice. If they think it's very nice, it's going to be something higher. If they think it's less nice, it's going to be something lower. You're going to have the equitability in with one person doing it. It's that's their opinion, and then you get the fairness of that. The equitability comes in on the back end of that when they think it's very nice. I might have thought it was okay, but the depreciation then changes to match what their description is. So you remove some of the subjectivity by limiting the number of opinions. And so we can have 5 different opinions, but if the person who's doing the valuation is consistent in what they're doing,
That's where it is consistent.
then you get the consistency from that.
So,
And I'm not going to belabor the point, but the market is the driving data. If you have 230 comparable sales in residential, the market should be the driver, not necessarily the replacement cost. You would agree to that. It's when you get into the rural communities, it's when you get into commercial and industrial space where you don't have that full allotment of comps. I looked at an appraisal the other day. It had 8 comps on a property in Dickinson, commercial piece of property. And the appraiser used 7 of the 8 were not in our market, Williston, Grand Forks, Bismarck. And I'm going, that's not an appraisal, that's just somebody filling in the data page. So I was just going to your point that construction, when we have so many sales in our market, construction should not be the primary data driver, it should be the market.
I was just going to say, when we're using that as a data point here, you're using what you would start at this point of what it would take to rebuild this house or to build it. That's your starting point. But
Right.
when we should be just taking pure market data into this.
True and full.
And
Definition is market value.
the market, though I am agreeing with you 100%, it's the market then that sets the depreciation, that corrects the cost.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'm down here, guys. So by doing this, we'll only alleviate fiscal year 2025, right?
That's right.
And so we're cutting his 33% into half. So in 2026, he's going to have to, that 33% plus is to another 25%, right? He's going to have to be caught up plus whatever the market adjusts to. So we're probably not doing him any favors by doing that.
I was thinking that too, but yeah. I mean, he's gonna be back here next year or whatever.
What's that?
Next year we'll be back in the same story, but.
That's fine.
Well, I agree. I mean,
Okay, well, other comments? Let's call for the question. Change the valuation. There we go. To change the valuation for the year 2025 from 317,300 to 275,000. Roll call vote. I guess I'll go first. I'm going to vote aye. Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
Commissioner White?
No.
Commissioner Franchuk?
No.
Commissioner Claris? See, it's not so easy, is it?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not so easy, or no, you're voting, no.
Motion fails. Okay. Do we need to deal with the data card for the, I hope I pronounced their name right, Plotskis at 2566 State Boulevard?
Joe's probably not gonna be happy with me, but, I believe that because they went and looked at her property after the February 1st date, that the adjustments that they made to her property record card are for 2026, not 2025. So I believe he should be able to go into his system, change the square footage only, not the condition, not the grade, not the basement finish, nothing, just the square footage, because what they've already went and done is actually for next year, not for 2025.
Okay.
So that would be my suggestion, is to just change them 3 square footages, leave everything else in the property record card the same for 2025. She's
It's not
already
a val-
aware that 2026 is
Okay.
gonna be an increase, but
I'm going to make the determination. It's not a valuation issue, so we're going to pass to the next property.
okay.
We still got, I mean, they should still update.
No, the card, he's still going to exchange the card. He wants to be accurate. Okay, I will entertain a motion to update the card, but
But that is that on us, though? I mean,
that's my point,
I don't think that's for us to make that.
right?
decision.
That's my point.
I'm fine.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to Diane Duxer, property at 886 14th Street East. Current valuation is $924,200. Any motions, any action, any comments?
just to recap this, so they carved out an acre off, they basically split the lot, right? And the valuation actually went up after the split, after losing a whole acre off the lot. Can we have Diane come back up here quick? So you are a licensed appraiser, are you not?
I'm a certified residential appraiser. I put my license in escrow December 31st of '24.
Yeah, you were. knew
I
you-
was, yeah. It's still, I'm still licensed, but I'm not active.
And what are they asking for right now? 924 is where they're at right now?
924, 200.
And they started at 850, 400?
When we did the split, it was valued at 808, 400. And then last year, I expected that everything in my mind that it would go down, but it went up 42,000, which I thought was, wow. I increased the assessed valuation by doing the split, building a brand new house of over 800,000 tax structure to the city of Dickinson. And then it was like, wow. I didn't speak out last year because I really don't like to publicly come out because of my job. I try and be a peacemaker. But this year I felt I have to.
Do we know when this area was last, we talk about doing sections, when was this section of the town last evaluated?
Well, and Herbert, this area has been done. we've been to her property. One item that I do completely agree with Ms. Duxer on is land values. That's what will be done after the 1,049 properties. Is her property probably is carrying a little more value on the structure instead of the land. I mean, if she's expecting a $100,000 decrease, and I don't necessarily disagree with that on a market point, when you don't even have that much value on the card for the land, that's not going to happen. And so, as she states, if we're adding 15% to the structure with one like this, at some point, we may get out of line with it. And so, if we get the land value corrected, that'll reduce the structure value. The assessment will be similar, but the increases to structure will be less then. So I completely agree with her with that. If you're all following what I'm rambling on about here.
Okay. Wishes, comments?
When was that land split?
2023.
Okay. What was your percentages on that? Was that increased? Did you?
Oh, I didn't calculate that out. I just looked at the, sorry.
Do you want to repeat the one?
So then in 24, it was 850, 400.
Right.
What did you do in 2024 residential increase across the board, Joe? Do you remember?
It was the same 10% to structure that happened last year.
10%.
To structure, yes.
Okay. And same as for 2025 is 10%. Okay. So I'll throw an idea out there. So in 2023, her structural value was 732. And the land value was 76,400. So if we applied 10% increases to, I haven't done the math, so I might be surprised if we apply 10% increases to the structure on 2023, or excuse me, 2024 and 2025, and put a $50,000 instead of $100,000, put a $50,000 value on the extracted lot, I get about, so that's 150, that makes it 900 plus or minus 33 in difference between the 17 and the 50. So you'd be at about 867.
You said 10% increase for 23 and 24?
Yeah, so go from
so I'll do that.
732 to 10% twice, and then take the value, instead of 17,000 on the land, take it to 50,000. I think it's 867 plus minus a little bit.
Because I'm noticing the land value actually decreased from 23 to 24, right?
After she split it in
After
half.
she split it in half, yeah.
I'm gonna see what this total is. So with the 10%, that's what I get for the 10% for 2023, and then the 10% for 2024 added to the 732. I get that amount for the dwelling,
What is that number?
which is 885,720.
Okay, and then we should figure out, if you're gonna do it, then you should subtract a number, a realistic number, not realistic, but even in Joe's comments, 17,000 is not an accurate land value thing. So if you even take it to 40,000, you'd go from 17 to 40, that's 23,000. Deduct 23,000 from that number,
Where are you
might
seeing-
be a more realistic.
Where are you seeing 17,000?
So it went from 76.4 to 59.2 after the lot split.
Yeah.
So they applied basically $17,000 to
The property.
To the
Because the
value.
land is low, correct, is what he was saying, they're behind on the land, the land is a lower value. It's just being over on the dwelling side, is that right?
Well,
The increases are more on the dwelling side.
I don't wanna open
Is
my
that
mouth and
wrong?
get in trouble, and Joe's gonna go, oh, your
The
land is
increases
all
are
worth
on the
more.
dwelling side,
Right.
not really the land side. Right, so the land would technically be kind of low, and then you would see it more on the dwelling side, is that right? Okay.
Well, even at 50,000 or 40,000, the land value is low, which we would agree. 17,000 is extremely low.
So you're talking about increasing the land value side.
I'm talking about changing the carve out, the subtraction or the lowering of the land value, I think should have been more, and not 17,000.
So you think the land value should be less than this?
Yeah, under his current formula, yes. I think his land value should be more on the overall value of the property, and the dwelling value should be less, but that's a whole another conversation. I mean, you can't find a lot in this town for less than 60 grand, and her lot is a prime lot. It's 1 acre in size. But, so, I'm just telling you what my thoughts are. I'm not gonna make a motion because I think we should all agree here. There may be some resistance to me making a motion, so. Okay, I'll ask for a motion. If I hear none in 3, it'll stand pat, I guess. Second call for a motion. Okay, no motion. Your value stays the same. Okay, next. Prairie Hills Mall.
And I don't know if we actually have to make motions on any of them, since nobody actually called in. I mean,
Yeah,
they really didn't.
yeah, I don't know. What's our criteria if that show up in either by voice or by presence? If they just formally write a letter, is that sufficient?
Well, I don't believe that we've ever made a motion on anything that they didn't either show up, or most of the time when this kind of a thing happens, they're just going to the state board, and this is just,
Okay.
they had their paperwork here so that when they get to the state board, they can
So.
actually show up.
So your comment then would be the same on Prairie Hills Mall, the Rough Rider, 11-7, the Homestay, Dickinson Hills, and the 12-plex on.
And Walmart.
And Walmart at 2150 First Street
Yeah.
West. Does anybody have any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if you want a motion, I can make a motion to make no motion.
To leave them all the same, yeah, I mean.
Same.
Maybe because they did actually put in a request, that you should just put in a motion to deny the request.
Okay.
I mean, there is a request in front of the
Okay,
commission.
Commissioner White,
I'll make that motion to deny
all those?
all those.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Claris. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Okay. I guess technically we're closing the public hearing on that.
No,
Oh,
we
we're
got the
not.
county left.
I withdraw my.
All my work, you just closed
I
it.
found the gavel and I wanted to use it.
Gavel.
Onto the paper.
Okay, onto the little blue tab that says county. I don't even know if I can do these big numbers at this point. Do I have a vote when we voted on the city of Dickinson values?
Not yet.
We didn't vote on those.
No.
We have not.
They just denied the 15%, so they would need a motion to basically accept Joe's
Okay,
values.
let's go backwards and do that then. What, is that under the yellow
It's
tab?
under
Under the
That says
green
Dickinson.
one.
Green
Yeah.
one that says Dickinson.
Okay, lime green tab, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for Joe's City of Dickinson dated 5/28/25 valuations.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Vice Commissioner Franchuk. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner White?
Aye.
Commissioner Franchuk?
Aye.
Commissioner Claris?
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
Chair votes no. Motion passes. Okay.
Okay. Now we can go to the county page. First, before we do the county page, because I'm just gonna give you the values and we're gonna be done, on the other blue tab that says IND for industrial, them are the industrial appraisals that Dustin Bakken does, or Complex Aerials does for us every year. He's in the audience if you guys have questions for him, but it's, I mean, pretty cut and dried.
I do have a question for
Do you?
I'm
Okay.
opening my mouth without a donut. So in your, I don't have it in front of me, but in reviewing it, you had put depreciation on the rail terminal properties of 10%? Something like that?
Chairman Messer, I do believe, yes, the depreciation is all physical this year. There was no functional depreciation that was applied to either one of them, either Patterson or the BOE South.
Okay.
So the smaller of the terminals, the one that you actually see that 10% reduction on, saw a little bit more, I guess, in functional, so I did misspeak there.
Okay. So would this also apply to the Richardson terminal,
The larger one to the north,
to the west?
to the west.
Was it?
I didn't think they did the Richardson terminal, did they?
Well, he didn't, but he does it. Right? He does he, do you do the valuation of that old Halliburton facility?
For transportation logistics, yes, we
Yes.
did that, 2 years ago? But
Okay.
we have no current
It's
contract
the
with the
South
city of
Rail
Richmond.
Terminal. This one?
No.
And
I'm
we-
talking the old help,
The old
Hel-
Halliburton.
Halliburton.
Sand
We didn't
plant,
do anything for
the sand plant that Halliburton had. It's Platzens now.
That's in the city limits, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It is?
But you did.
In the city of Richmond, correct?
That's right, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Now that I'm thinking.
Richardson did do a contract with Dustin for that and the Ridge Rail, did you? For 1 year.
'Kay.
So then they had the option of doing it for a few years, but they got a value on it, so that's what they wanted to leave it at. Then we actually did the abatement for Platzen.
Right.
And reduced it, so at the value that we reduced it at, he's getting the same increases as all the other
He's getting
commercial and
he's
industrial.
getting the 10% depreciation, approximately. No?
No. No,
All of
he,
these are different.
I get it. What I'm saying is we're treating similar facilities differently.
Different. which is true.
Okay.
So we
When
should
we're-
probably
We're talking
look
all
at-
this talk about equalization.
Right.
Yet we carve out pieces and treat them differently.
Yeah.
So that 10% is coming from the
gives-
Patterson Rail Terminal, the
I-
Belfield Gas Plant.
I realize which
And
ones
the
it
Dakota
is.
Prairie
Okay,
Biofuels
but not
combined,
Red Trail
correct?
and not,
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, that was my question.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
That was more than the last few years, so.
Oh, 8% was Belfield. I see. It's Belfield.
Okay, do we need to accept that valuation? Or are you just
It's
passing?
part of our total. I
Got
just, he always wants to show up for the meeting, and so I just want to make sure you guys, if you
Appreciate
have
it.
questions for him, that he gets a chance to answer.
Nope.
Because when I start spieling numbers, then it's over.
Yep, I appreciate that, so, all right.
So, okay. And we do have, there is 3 tabs in there of different people that made the comment that they were gonna come to the meeting or call into the meeting. I don't think anybody's on the line. If there is, please speak up, because if not, we'll just go with the numbers from the county. If there's anybody that needs to speak, they can sure do so now.
There's no request here though, right?
No, they just called in, and then neither Sarah or I talked to them, and they said, well, we still might call the county board. So then I just put it in there for reference, so that if they did show up, you guys had a little bit of something to look at. Because I don't like getting up here and not having something to go by, so. But it doesn't sound like anybody's here, and nobody signed our sheet, so I think we're good.
All right.
Okay, so for the county, I don't even know how how we want to do this. Basically, the whole value is what we need. Farmland, there was no changes this year. New construction, we had 18,681,900 in residential and 13,194,800 in commercial. Here's that 94 homestead credits again, so that's definitely for the county number. We had 60 veteran credits and 74 building permits for the last year. So if we take the market value plus the small city value plus the city of Dickinson's value, market value, I will run them numbers off. County value for this year is 1,486,000. 8 billion, there we go again, 486,211,920 for a taxable value of 71,494,957. Add the small city value in there. I suppose we should approve that county value since the small city value has already been approved and so has the city of Dickinson's. So we can do a motion on that and then I can give you the total numbers for.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the Stark County assessed valuations?
I'll make that motion.
By Commissioner Claris, do I have a second?
I'll second.
By Commissioner Franchuk, any discussion, comments, concerns? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the Stark County valuations signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so our total valuation for 2025, including all of Stark County and the city of Dickinson, is $5,069,054,408 for a taxable value of $239,697,137, which is up $20,424,160 for the year. Our average egg land value is $461.82.
And where do you get that number from?
When we do our abstract, it calculates that number for us, so it gives you the total number of acres for the county, the number of,
The value that you use for taxing.
that's the average.
Okay.
Yep. We get one number from NDSU every year that we have to base our increases and decreases in farmland on. And if you actually look at the very next page on there, it'll show them numbers for you on the right-hand side. Last year, or our value that NDSU calculated average per acre for this year was $477.81. Once we get all of our calculations, we made no changes, so now we're at this $461.82 or 5, whatever it is.
Okay,
Okay?
any questions, concerns? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the county-wide valuations to include small cities and Dickinson.
Make that motion.
By Commissioner White, can I get a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Claris. Any other questions, discussion, comments, concerns? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you.
Now you can adjourn my meeting.
Where's that gavel? All right, public hearing is closed. Thank you. Now I just got to find my agenda. Okay, next, Mr. Josephson. Is he here?
Good morning, Chairman Messer, Commissioners. We will
It
run
is a
through
good
this.
morning at this point in the
It is,
afternoon.
oh, it's afternoon, good afternoon. We will run through this as quickly as possible. There was a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on last Thursday, May the 29th, 2025, and there were 3 public hearings. Both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff recommended approval for all 3. The first one is MSP 0425. Mylon Schmidt is requesting approval of the Hillside Acres East subdivision. As stated, both Planning and Zoning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
What's he changing it to? I didn't see.
Oh, it's just a subdivision. He already had it rezoned
Okay.
to AR. He wants to do 4 lots, and they're about, 10 acres in size. One's a little larger.
Make the motion to approve MSP 04-25.
Do I have a second?
A second.
By Commissioner Franchuk. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Next.
The second one is MSP 0525. Mylon Schmidt is requesting approval of the Hillside Acres West subdivision. It's 40 acres. He already had this rezoned. He wants to do 4 lots that are approximately 10 acres in size. Both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff recommended approval, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Make the motion to approve MSP 05-25.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Marsh. Any discussion, questions, concerns? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Josephson.
Okay, CUP 0225 ASWS LLC, doing business as Hamlin Water. They're requesting a conditional use permit for a water depot. The unique thing about this is the trucks will not be coming and going from this. It's all going to be pumped out, using hoses to fracking sites in Dunn County. Both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Make the motion to approve the water permit.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I have. So we're using gravel pits as the base for holding this water?
No, these aren't gravel pits.
Are they lined pits?
They are, yes. They had a temporary use pit where they had 5 containment cells there.
Okay.
And now they're creating separate
Okay.
water pits.
Got it. So what's the distinguishing difference between the amount of water coming out of the well and the water coming out of the Green River?
Okay, they did not provide that information, and they may not need the water out of the Green River.
Because that is controlled by the State Water Commission.
They
So
would have to get a permit for that. But they already have a permit there because there's an existing water depot on site. They're using that water right now.
I get it. My point is if we approve this and they start sucking water out of state water, or out of the, what's the river? Green River, how do they distinguish which drop of water comes from their well or, and the river? Because there is a limit on what you can pump out of
One,
it.
they'll have to get their permit, and then 2, they'll have a flow counter on the
pump itself.
on pumping their system.
Out of the river.
Correct.
Well, not many people are doing that.
We just pumped some out of the Hart River for Continental Resources that was west of Belfield.
County's not doing it.
No.
Well, I mean, when
County's
we
not
pull up to a bridge and suck out of the thing, we don't regulate that. I'm just making sure they're
We
in
do.
compliance with the State Water Commission.
We do meter our water that we're pulling
Yeah.
out of fire hydrants and other places.
Okay. So, all right, I'm done with my question. Any other? Okay, call for the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you. I will notify the applicant, and we anticipate there will be 3 public hearings, 3 applications for this month's Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Decker.
I'll try to make it quick. Well, maybe not.
All right, time's up.
Hope your shredder works, because I got about 5,000 pages of junk here.
Yeah. I only kept the stuff that Natalie gave,
Approve the Vision
just
Zero.
for documentation.
Good idea.
Oh, I'm coming now. Yep, you're good, Mike. All right, sorry. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a May summary. So Community Lifelines right now are good and stable. For the fire department count for May, we had 58 calls total. Breakdowns right there if you have any questions on those. May kind of brought some wild weather across the state, so we hit Highs of 90s. There was multiple wildfires across the strait. We also had record colds of 40 degrees. We had around highest of 70 inches of rain, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We were in a frost and freeze warnings, and we had a chance of snow. So we were all over the place in May. During that week of rain, we averaged about, or total, we had about 5.56 inches, which is above normal. Even with that rain, we're actually looking at still a moisture deficit from what we saw last year, about 2.35 inches less. So in April, our drought monitor was looking about like that. So 5% extreme, 31% severe, 57% moderate, 70% dry.
That was in April?
That was in April. After the rain, we decreased 3% on the extreme, 19% on the severe, 35% moderate, and then decreased on the dry. But in that week with no moisture coming in, we actually went up 6% in the moderate. So to get us outside drought conditions, we would probably need about close to 5 inches of rain, which is 166% of normal precipitation that we'd be seeing around now. Anticipated for the month of June, it's going to be dry, and then we're going to have above normal temperatures. We've actually had a lack of severe storms so far for the year. We've only had 2 warnings come across in the region. Normally we average about 22. Or we had 22 last year, we averaged about 12. The most we've ever seen was 73, and that was in 2007, so kind of a lack of storms. If you're looking at across the nation, you can see the southern end of the country is kind of getting hit pretty hard, whereas we're kind of sitting okay. Another kind of new thing we're monitoring is the wildfires up in Canada. That's bringing the air quality in the county to some unhealthy levels. You're looking at some health impacts if we're going into those unhealthy ranges. So you're looking at respiratory issues, cardiovascular issues, people can have eye issues. Our weather station that we have up currently, we have 3 stations, but we only have 1 up right now. We're working to get the other 2 up. We're monitoring the air quality on those. So this is just a screenshot I took from this morning. So that gives us the current conditions. It gives me the air quality, so I can keep an eye on that.
Are we going to put this on our, I think there was some discussion.
Yep, they have web widgets, so we're going to put those up on the website. I got to figure out the best place to put those, so we're not clogging up the website, but people can still access it. So, and then we have alerts set on our to our agency to alert us when we're starting to get into those unhealthy levels. And then lastly, I sent out a mailer for the citizen notification. I actually really like how they came out. They came out fairly big, but I've gotten a ton of new signups since I sent these out. I've been watching my numbers every day. Normally I only get signups whenever, something's coming in, like weather or an event's happened, and I kind of try to promote it. So the fact that people are signing up now and early, it makes me pretty happy. Since I've started, we've probably tripled our numbers, so I'm just going to keep working on that and trying to get the most engagement I can. I'm hoping to do these mailers every other year. That way I don't, bog people down with them every year. But I think next year I'd like to look at sending out a mailer on education on the burn ban versus restriction and how they can best find the information of what the current restrictions are and who to call, because I get phone calls to my office that maybe should go to dispatch or somebody else. So I want to find the best way to educate people to direct them in the right route. So, any questions for me?
So where are we at with our fire ban right now?
Currently, our restriction is on large pits, and that's really the only thing that is...
Have a large, you can burn in a large spit?
Nope, that's the only thing we're restricting right now, and then at all times, and then as we start get high and very high, that's when we're tightening down on like campfires and stuff like that. But for overall restrictions, the large pits are what we've really tightened down on.
So like I visited with you yesterday about Did you visit with the fire chiefs last night? then,
I did, and they are not in favor of lifting that restriction at all. And if you look at the counties surrounding us, they also have restricted large pits. So nobody around us is allowing it, and our fire chiefs are not looking at lifting that restriction.
Can you define a large pit?
Something that's gonna burn for upwards up to 8 to 12 hours.
Okay.
Large garbage pits, large amounts of material. That's what the fire chiefs are looking at, so.
Okay, any other questions? You have a item in front of us.
Yep, I have 2 contracts to renew. One is for electronic communications. They service our radio system in dispatch as needed, so I'm just looking to renew that.
Okay, you need action on that?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion for that or questions?
I'll make a motion to renew the contract.
By Commissioner White, can I get a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Claris. Any other discussion, questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to renew the contract, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries.
And then my second contract is with Big Language Solutions. That is a translation service that dispatch uses. That is just an agreement to use the service and then maintain the rate that they charge us at. We pay it per use, so it's 57 cents a minute when we use it. So I just need to sign that contract so dispatch can continue to use that service.
Do you use it often?
It varies. Some months I see a little larger bill, and some months, I think last month I
Keep
didn't.
the conversations quick at 57 cents a minute.
Some are longer, some are shorter. I mean, it just depends, I think.
We got peak hours and off-peak hours.
Were they looking at a different option at some point here?
Yeah, so we are purchasing an AI software for them, but they would like this as a backup just in case the AI service maybe isn't cutting it. So since this is kind of just as needed and we pay for it as we use it, I don't mind having this as a backup for them.
I'd make the motion to approve this contract with Big Language Solutions LLC.
Okay.
I'll second.
By Commissioner Franchuk. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor of continuing that contract, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Dickinson Eagles special event alcohol permit. Karen.
Mine is quick and easy. It's just a alcohol permit for the Dickinson Eagles Club for the dates listed. It's like June 21st, June 27th, 8th, and 29th. Everything checks out, and they do have their county state license, so I just need approval from the board.
Okay, can I get a motion to that effect?
Is this beer only or liquor and beer? What is it? I don't see it on there. I thought
For
there was
this one?
Yes.
This is, I was pretty sure it was liquor and beer. It doesn't have it listed on here. I also have a map. I just didn't put the map in here with it. But they do have authorization for both
Okay, well,
the
that's-
states,
yeah.
so.
Well, they didn't get their state license till they get this to the state.
So it's during that last year they had
From
it.
last year too.
Huh?
They have it from last year, so they're just renewing. They turned it in for both though.
No, but I mean a state license at this location. They can't get a state license at this location till they get this to the state.
Yes, yes. And they did turn in the maps as well.
So I'll make a motion to approve the Dickinson Eagle Club from June 27th to the 29th.
21st through the 20?
It says 20
They're different, there's
There's
4 different
three-
dates.
four different dates
on there.
21st, 27th, 28th,
21st.
and 29th.
through the, okay, the 21st to the 27th, 28th, and 29th.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we got momentum building here. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Okay, we are gonna go to Vision Zero contract. Ms. Ingolstead.
I got it this morning, haven't had a chance to look at it, so once I do, I just want, you guys have already approved it, we hired someone, I just want, a motion for you to sign it once I
Okay.
approve it.
Okay, any questions on that?
So have you started the application process to hiring somebody for that yet, or?
We hired someone. Yeah, they start June 23rd.
We hired.
That is,
Was there an interview process, or was it just
Yep.
a predetermined candidate? Or?
No, we had quite a few candidates, 9, I think, and ended up interviewing, I think, 5.
Okay.
It was myself, Joetta, and then individuals from Vision Zero. Yeah.
And that was here, or Zoom, or?
Well, I was on Zoom because I was on vacation. Everyone else was at the emergency management building.
that
So,
person will be announced when?
huh?
When will that person be announced?
It's Kelly Gillian, Kelly Keithley. She was the one who was hired.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Good. So good, good, yeah.
Okay, so if we could get a motion to authorize the signing of the contract once it's reviewed and approved by Amanda?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Claris. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Okay, so now you can get away if you need to. Actually, let's do Senate Bill 2180, public comments policy, in case there's a question there. The basic, that's on the agenda is, we will have in front of you next month a public policy, or a public comments policy that will comply with Senate Bill 2180, which was recently signed by the governor. And the policy has to take effect by August 1st. So we're just announcing that. I don't know if there's, I think in the packet, Karen inserted.
I put the bill, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's in its, that was another one that had numerous versions, but I think that's the last version.
This should have been the final.
Yeah, so we'll get something in front of us next month. It's just an announcement unless there's comments, concerns, questions, or, okay. Cross that one off. County Weed Board appointment.
Chairman Warner and Commissioners, we had a recent resignation from the Weed Board and for District 2, I believe. So, it's just so Weed Board representatives come from districts. Anyway, we had a vacancy and we had one application from Miss Shirley Meyer. And I would make the recommendation that we appoint her to the Weed Board.
She does live in the district.
Yes, she does. It's been vetted. Joetta, yes. Yes, she does.
Okay, you want to make that a motion?
I would make the motion to appoint Shirley Meyer to the Stark County Weed Board.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Franchuk, any discussion, questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of appointing Shirley Meyer to the County Weed Board signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. All right.
I would make another comment. We've had a vacancy in, I believe, District 4, and we've had a vacancy for quite some time. I think, yeah, Ron Oberge, which was he retired from the board here, and we've had that vacancy, and we've been searching. So just wanted to say that out in public, that we are looking. If you are in District 4, please apply.
Do you know what the general parameters of
I think
District
it's,
4?
believe it's south of South Hart.
Right? South of Belfield, too.
Yeah,
That would
south
go
of South
over to
Hart.
Of the southwest portion of the county?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, for the fairness of time, and Mr. Braun, you want to come up and do your airport information?
So my Surface Pro doesn't connect to the HDMI, so if we can just, there we go, perfect, awesome. Good morning, my name is Kelly Braun, I'm the airport manager at Theodore Roosevelt Regional Airport, and I'm here to have a funding request for the terminal project. And I'd like to go through this to give you a little background on where we're at and what I've done since the last time I met with you guys. Some of this information you guys saw the last time I was here, so I'll just kind of breeze through some of this stuff and we'll get into the meat and potatoes. So next slide. Here's our employment data going back to, the early 2000s. This was like 25 years or so of data here. Nice, steady, consistent growth with some big spikes during the oil exploration, and then another spike again during the boom, and then we dropped back down. It was kind of back to normal, and then that little dip that you see there in that line, that was COVID when nobody was flying. So we saw a pretty decent sized dip there. We closed it out last year in 2025 with record employment numbers. If you take all the craziness off, we closed out about 25,000, a little north of that. So about 50,000 or so passengers coming and going through our terminal, which is great to see. So we're on the right track.
That's on a yearly basis, like
That's-
January through December 31st?
Correct. Yep. So we're on the right track. We see some good passenger counts. We see folks using our facilities, and that is really the justification for the project. There are other items that are deficient in our current structure, but this is really the main one, the passengers that are coming and going. Next slide. So this is just looks at the aircraft that are currently providing service to the airport. The CRJ 200 is 50-seat passenger jet. The new terminal will be able to accommodate the CRJ 700, CRJ 900, the Embraer 175. These aircraft are all 76 seats or more. 76 seats is really the floor right now for commercial aviation. If you want commercial aviation, or you want to continue to have commercial aviation in your community, you have to be able to accommodate aircraft that meet that 76 seats. So that's where we're at. That's the direction that we're moving in. We've actually had calls from SkyWest Airlines requesting that they bring in a CRJ 700, and unfortunately we've had to turn them down because we just can't accommodate the extra people. We just don't have the space. This is the location of the airport overall, and the location of the new terminal. If you see there on the left of the screen, those are existing facilities, parking lot, our snow removal equipment storage area, and the terminal. And then to the right of that is the greenfield location for the proposed site for the new terminal, including the building, the ramp area, and the taxiway connectors out to the main runway. As we went through the design, we looked at all of our stakeholders and the required square footage for airlines, car rental companies, TSA, airport administrative offices, baggage handling, the whole gamut. And in the next slide, this gives us the square footage that we need for this building. We're about 27,000 square feet is where we landed. We wanted to right size this facility so that we could accommodate what we have going on right now, and to be able to accommodate what we think will be happening in the very near future. So we don't want to overbuild. We definitely don't want to underbuild. So we're about 27,000 square feet. You can go ahead and go to the next one. So this gives us about the 30,000 foot view of the area. So on the right side of this slide, you have Highway 22. So off Highway 22, we have to make some improvements to Highway 22 for on-ramps and off-ramps, so to speak, into the airport, into a brand new parking lot. Our current parking lot is about 238 spaces. The planned parking lot will have about 400 spaces. And one of the unique features of this site is that it's a single plane of entry. So when you get out of your car in the parking lot and you enter the building and you get on the aircraft, there are no stairs, no escalators, no elevators, which makes it very easy for the passengers, and brings down the maintenance costs as well. Costs a lot to install and maintain elevators and escalators. So it's very nice, kind of a walkout basement, so to speak, the location. So the building will flow very nicely and ease of movement for passengers in and out. This also shows the terminal apron and the taxiways that connect out to the main runway. This is the overall plan of the building. I'd walk you through this, but in the light of time, and you guys have kind of seen this before, we have two main entrances to the top of the slide there. One comes into kind of a grand hallway, which will be depicted in some renderings here in the next couple of slides, into ticketing over through TSA and out to the passenger holding area. modern screening technology for bags and for people, and to be able to handle those bags internally and get them out to the plane. Modern restroom facilities, and then we also have areas for service animal relief. We have an area, we call it a wellness area for nursing mothers or mothers with smaller children, or folks that really are overwhelmed with the traveling experience and just need a calm, quiet place to kind of prepare for what lies ahead. We have modern updated restrooms and a modern heating and air conditioning for this building. We're using geothermal, excuse me, for the heating and cooling. So we have a building that's going to be modern and efficient. And go ahead in the next slide. So, excuse me. This is the exterior view of the landslide as you pull up. Nice modern looking building, a lot of glass. The structure itself, very warm and inviting. When we first looked at building this, and we got the architects on board and we started looking at designs, there was a lot of discussion about the feel and the construction methods. The new way of building things, right, is to use green construction processes, which can add a significant cost to the building. So when we got done and we looked at the cost and we said, man, this is a little out of our budget. We went back to the drawing board and we basically said we want it to look nice, but we don't really care if it's real wood or if it's just stamped steel that looks like wood. So this is where we ended up. This is basically a steel and glass building. Modern design, modern efficiencies, but it doesn't have all the green building elements incorporated into it. One of the, this is backing up just a little bit, one of the benefits of this particular project is that this project is 100% funded by the state and local contribution. There's no federal participation for the building itself. So we don't have to meet a lot of the federal building requirements. It's not that we don't have to meet building code, but we don't have to get into all the bureaucratic red tape that the federal government makes you follow, which adds substantial cost to projects like this. So we were able to keep those costs under control. But this is a rendering of the land side of the building. Very nice, very modern. This view would be looking towards Highway 22, nice open landscape in front of us. And if I could have the next slide. This is the exterior, the air side. Again, it depicts the passenger holding area, all that glass there on the left side of the building. And I think one of the most important elements of this is the jetway, right? The sky bridge from the passenger area out to the aircraft. So like I mentioned before, single plane of entry into the building and onto the aircraft. And this jet bridge is a big part of that. So currently you have to go outside and hope that the weather is decent. There's no ice or snow or rain or wind or sun or whatever. We'll be able to get right on that aircraft easily and be on the way. The view from the passenger holding area looking west really isn't accurately depicted in these slides, but the vast prairie, in the horizon, we have a number of buttes and some of those beautiful North Dakota sunsets. I think it's going to be a fantastic presentation of the area that we all know and love. Next slide. So this is the kind of the bird's eye view of the entire facility, parking lot, entrance, and then behind you see the ramp and the taxiways. So we'll get into the nuts and bolts of why I'm really here today. So
got two planes
I
sitting
was
back
just
there.
going to say that.
yeah, one United and hopefully one Delta. That would be fantastic, and that's where we're going. Right now, it's easy to get west and south without any problem, but going east is a little bit of a bigger challenge. And Delta, obviously, with that presence to the east in the country, much better. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So the financials for this plan. So the total cost of this project, not just the building, but all the associated infrastructure from the highway all the way to the runway, $53.4 million. Federal funding for this, those eligible projects, eligible costs for this project will be the ramp, the connecting taxiways, a portion of the drive-through lane to get to the building, and the improvements, some of the improvements to Highway 22. So federal funding about 12 million. State funding, last time I was here, we were in session or just getting ready to go into session. I don't really recall, but we didn't know where the state was going to be. So Dickinson, along with Grand Forks and Fargo, were at the Capitol this last biennium, and we made collective request for 3 what we call generational projects. They're projects that come along once every 30 or 40 years, and we lobbied the state representatives to support those projects, and we were successful in that regard. For Dickinson, we got $29.2 million from the state. And then we also got a grant for $1.4 million before the
This call has 5 minutes left until its maximum duration is reached.
no pressure. We got a $1.4 million grant from North Dakota Aeronautics Commission to complete the design. So from conceptualization through a working set of plans to go out to bid. So really today, the local funding. Local funding, we're looking at about $10.8 million, and we are hopefully spreading that across southwest North Dakota with the city of Dickinson, Stark County, Billings County, and Dunn County. I was at the Billings County Commission meeting first thing this morning. They allowed me to bat leadoff, which was great. It was a good presentation, very well received. And as they go into their budget process, hopefully that yields some return. Previously, Dunn County, Billings County, Stark County, and the city of Dickinson all participated collectively when we did the reconstruction of our main runway a couple of years back. So we're hoping that past success leads to future success. There we go. So getting into it, local funding, the airport authority, the $10.8 million, the airport authority is looking at about $2 million contribution. The city of Dickinson at $4 million, Stark County at $4 million, Dunn County at $2 million, and Billings County at $800,000. For those of you that are really, really good at math on the fly, I'm not one of them, that adds up to about $12.8 million total. That $2 million difference between what we think the costs are going to be is just some built-in contingency. So if we have bids come in higher or lower, or we have some unforeseen issue rise come up, we have the ability to deal with those and not have to go through this entire process again. It also allows us to reduce. So these are worst case, for lack of a better word, planning numbers. So if bids come in and they're lower, then we will obviously see lower impacts to each one of these local funding sources. So if funding comes down, we'll reduce those amounts per the contribution. So again, another rendering. This is the interior view of the building. When you walk through the door, to the left of this slide, you see the self-check-in kiosks and the airline check-in stations just behind those. All the way straight through, we kind of have this grand hall that goes all the way to the back of the building, so you can see out into that western view that I mentioned before. Good place for friends and family to bid adieu to their traveling companions as they depart Dickinson. And then to the right, there's a roll-up door that leads into TSA screening. This is an interior view of the lounge, right looking into the parking lot. This is kind of what you see when you're traveling down Highway 22. nice, comfortable area. We have two spots in this area that we have allocated to two kind of prominent ventures here in the Dickinson area. One of them being the soon-to-be open Presidential Library, and the other one is the Dickinson Museum. So we'll be able to have some items in these areas that kind of showcase what the area has to offer, from dinosaurs to cowboys and beyond. So very nice front entry. This is the interior view of the hold room. Once you get through security, this is where you hang out, wait to board the aircraft. And as you saw in that other rendering, big sweeping views of the Western Prairie and the buttes in the background. And this slide doesn't really do all that justice, but 130 seats is what we're planning for in here. And then if you look to the left side of this slide, there's an area where we have some walls that can be retracted. So if we have a charter flight that comes in, a Sun Country flight or something like that, where they're chartering folks to NFR or the Frozen Four or some other event around the country, they want to bring in a 737 size aircraft, we can reconfigure some of these spaces to accommodate those folks. That's really all I've got for you guys today. I know as we head into the budget session here very soon, there are going to be a lot of conversations about how we do all these things, and I hope that the airport is a prominent part of those discussions going forward, and like to take the opportunity to thank your participation in the past and the success that we've had, and hopefully some success in the future. I have any questions for anybody?
So coming in off of 22, you're responsible for making the approaches and stuff?
That's correct, yep. Yes. Once the work is all done, then the state will take over maintaining the that section of the highway, those turnoff lanes and stuff, but we're the ones that are responsible for installing them.
So a big thing is going to be the library. Is there any chance of getting any money from them as far as?
So from the Library Foundation itself, the answer is no. The foundation actually went to the state assembly this year and asked for $50 million, and they said no. And yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what their financials look like, but the short answer is no from the foundation. But based on the meeting that I had this morning with Billings County, I think the answer is going to be yes.
From Billings County?
Correct.
Right.
So
From your list here, do you have 42.6 million secured? Is that what I understand?
We have at the moment $29.2 million secured from the state. That's done.
Okay.
So the obvious question is, have you thought options if you don't get to 10.8 from the locals?
Yep. So the airport authority has other options available to them. In this particular climate, none of them are would be extremely popular. The airport authority does have the ability to leverage additional mills, similar to how the park district and volunteer fire departments, all that kind of stuff, leverage those mills. You know, if you look at your tax statement, the airport is very, very small in comparison to everyone else. And that's because we do a good job managing our money, and we've not had to go that route. But that would be an option. Probably wouldn't be the most popular one, but that would be an option to make up for that shortfall.
And it's early yet, but I get it.
But you would still be stuck with the 3% cap like the rest of us. So even if you could go to 4 and you're only at that, it's not.
Yeah.
That's not completely viable.
We would be looking at debt in that scenario, and then leveraging mills to repay that debt. And it's prudent to mention that the airport doesn't have any debt. We pay as we go. We don't get overextended. I'm not a big fan of credit. We've been very prudent with public funds and how we spend them and what we do. And I think that shows in our financials.
So you have the airport authority listed on here. Is this, for 2 million, is that from your levies? Is that where that 2 million is from?
That's what we have in the bank to go towards this project right now. That's cash that we have on hand.
So with this, when I'm looking at it, right, with you asking 4 million from the city of Dickinson, 4 million from Stark County, and then 2 million, which was levy tax dollars, city of Dickinson residents are paying 10 million of that ask, because they're gonna be taxed, like Stark County tax dollars, and city of Dickinson tax dollars, and the airport authority tax dollars. That's the hardest hit for city of Dickinson, for the residents
Yeah.
that are in that taxing district.
You're not 100% correct in that evaluation. So the airport operates as a special fund, right? We do get mills, right, that are paid. So that part is correct. But we also generate a portion of income through leases and landing fees and a multitude of other things that are user-based, right? So it's not 100% taxpayer paid. We do generate a fair amount of income that we use to offset that ask.
Okay, so that's part of the 2 million.
Correct. Yep. That
The
2
other
million
income.
isn't entirely taxes that were collected from citizens. A portion of that is from user fees and leases and stuff.
Okay. Oh, that'll help.
Any other questions? Yeah, this will be obviously one of the discussion points, so during budgeting time. So
One other comment too. I know this keeps coming up, right? $4 million is a big ask, and we recognize that. And what can we do to kind of alleviate some of that? Because of the timing of the construction for this project, you know, if it was a portion in 2006 and then another portion in 2007, that works. We could make that work. But ultimately, that's going to be up to you guys to decide.
thank you. All right, thanks,
All right.
Kelly.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the time. Thanks for letting me back clean up today. A lot of good conversation. So looking forward to the future. Thank you.
See ya. Thank you.
Okay, so unless I am mistaken, Joetta is last, right? We don't have anything else, I don't think.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Joetta Piercy, Human Resources Director. I have brought this policy forward. Our compensation committee wanted to keep the momentum going on this, and it might not be anything that we can make decisions on today, but they're discussions that we wanted to have before we go into the budgeting season in July. So last month, you approved the merit pay, so we would be getting pay based upon performance. And then this policy just goes into a little bit more how that would be administered. So the main discussions that we want to talk about are the under the guidelines, the salary ranges. So last month you approved the statement or the doing the market analysis. And so with that, I've been finding the midpoints, most of the midpoints are within that 5% average wage rate. And so they can be adjusted. But I wanted to talk about the positions whose salary ranges may be more than the 5%. What we had talked about is maybe those positions would also be eligible not only for merit pay, but also for market adjustments. So that was one of the things with this. The salary ranges are also important too because the merit matrix is based upon where they're at in the salary range. So the higher they up in the salary range, for instance, the lower their merit pay increase would be. And then the lower they are in the range, the higher their merit increase would be. And then that, of course, increases with the higher exceptional superior ratings also, too. So that is the main thing I wanted to talk about today. I did bring some pages here. The next steps, I think it's in the last page of the policy, we probably need to talk about in processes is right now we're doing the market analysis, and then we would bring forward proposed market-based increases by position, so that would be those salary ranges. And then you would need to approve a merit matrix. So this is kind of what I had in mind. Go ahead and pass it down, I guess. So I'm meeting with all the department heads and people that are doing evaluations. And one thing we talk about is not only their ratings, but also like where they would fall in the salary range and what type of pay increases we would be looking at. And one of the things that when you're picking one of these, you'll see I have this one highlighted here. And that's just basically based on the 2026 COLA projection. So the inflation rate, I'm thinking a fully successful person, if you look under the 76 to max, if they were at the high end of the salary, if they could get at least a 2.25%, they could keep up with inflation for a fully successful person. So that might be a way to pick this, you know, these merit matrices on what we are able to do each year. And it kind of can be based upon that. The other thing that I was looking at is we have a few positions that don't get merit pay. So all of our elected positions are attorneys. Do we want to put anything in policy format that, you know, they'll get at least a certain amount of adjustment, or I don't know how we would want to put that, because their positions aren't always going to have a market increase in the median range. So,
Well, technically, all positions, you might not be able to find a market for.
right, but all the other positions are eligible for merit pay. So that was my question on, you know, what would we do for those positions that don't get merit pay? Because that's what I'm finding, most positions aren't eligible for a market increase. You know, they would just get the merit pay as I'm looking at them. And that's an example of the salary range there. I'm through about half the positions, and you'll notice that percentage on the far right for 2026 is what I'm finding. That's how much the median has changed. So if it's under 5%, there wouldn't really be anything for market.
Joda, what's the page 2 where it says 2026 salary schedule?
Yeah, that's the salary ranges.
Yep.
By
What do you have? What's the column that says market 2026?
And so that's what I just said. That's my market analysis that I'm working on right now. So what I've found is the median, the 50th percentile, is accurate for those positions. And
If it says 0.
If it says 0, yeah,
Okay.
it didn't. It's within, you know, right on, or we try to get it within the 4%. So if you go down to accounting specialist, that 4.2 is how much that increased. So it's within our 5% range.
So they wouldn't be eligible.
So they wouldn't be eligible for
So
market.
anything over 5%, you'd be eligible for a market
Yes,
increase.
yes, is kind of what we're looking at here.
If it's 4.2, you're not?
No, the median can be within 5%.
Yeah.
Plus or
okay,
minus,
So I'm
yeah.
just saying, I misunderstood.
Okay.
The account specialist, within 4.2 of the 50%, or
That's how much I showed their median wage increased was 4.2%. So I changed this salary range, but that wouldn't necessarily make them eligible for a market increase on top of their merit pay.
There's you got chief, deputy, and lieutenant. The lieutenant makes more than a chief deputy. I think that should be flipped around.
Yeah, that, and that was according to, I haven't gotten to it yet this year, so I don't know how that'll play out, but that's how it plays out in the county surveys. I think because typically your larger departments probably have lieutenants, and your smaller counties just have maybe a sheriff and a chief deputy, so the chief deputies don't always make as much.
'Cause, I mean, in ours, he's considered a captain in our department, right? So he'd be above a lieutenant.
So next to that, we'll take IT coordinator position. You have 21.3%. So you're saying that position, market change wise, went up 21.3%?
Okay, yeah, so you'll see where it says new IT senior tech. So that was the wage range we were using for IT coordinator. So when we first hired that person, we used that wage range and hired them in at that. But that is actually more like a senior IT tech wage range. This wage range I put in here, the IT coordinator, that is the wage range for like a systems network analyst, administrator type thing. We're not even at the wage rate of an IT director. Like they get paid more than this even. So, yeah. So there's different grades for different jobs.
And what are you asking from us today?
I mean, basically, it's more. This is the draft policy that we're kind of proposing that we follow. The analysis is not done yet, but I think we need to be prepared at the July meeting to approve a merit matrix, okay, and any market changes or things that we want to do with the salary schedules here.
Well, I think that's doable. The only thing I would ask the compensation committee to take a look at is just brainstorm some ideas on caps, right? If the COLA comes out at 4.2% and then you got all this stuff, how are we gonna look at it as far as, how are those caps gonna come into play here versus if the caps weren't on the table?
So, I mean,
You're on that committee, so you'd know the numbers.
yeah,
so.
I think we'll learn more about the caps in that June meeting for sure.
We have a lot of meetings this month
Yeah.
on CAP, so I know we have some at our auditor treasurer convention, then we have one in Bismarck. So then maybe we'll have a clear idea of what we're really looking at. Hopefully,
Yeah,
because that's coming up quick.
Yep.
yeah, okay. So, like I said, this is just kind of an introduction of this policy. We don't necessarily have to approve it right now, but I just kind of wanted to get your feedback on some of these things. If you think we should put something in there as far as for the people that wouldn't get any market-based pay, but they're not eligible for merit pay. I don't know if we need to address that. Because the whole idea of this policy, it would be in like an automatic salary administration. So all you would have to do is every year pick the merit matrix, that we would go by.
So the only positions that you're talking about would be mine.
Sheriff, auditor, state's attorney, her attorneys. Yes.
You think actually we'll ever get to where it's just an automatic deal that's never gonna happen?
Like an easy button?
No.
Well-
That's never gonna happen.
That's what we were trying to figure out here. is we wanted an
That's
easy
what we're
button.
getting to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what this merit matrix will be, your easy button, but it gives you the flexibility to change it every year. So if if you say we can't go above 3%, then you could pick a lower merit matrix, you know? That people wouldn't get anything more than 3% ever type of a thing, so.
Well, unfortunately, that might be the reality that we're faced with.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, but, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
What's it then?
thank you.
Okay, thank
Takes
you,
a lot of
Joetta.
ambition out of your working your job.
Yeah.
I know.
That you'll never get more than 3%? Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay. Anything else to come before the board? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
By Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Marsh. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
And I
Motion carries.
will say, I should have said it during the meeting, but you did a great job with that equalization. Don't know if you think I was messing with you when I walked by and said, great job, but you did a great job. I'm glad that you have the knowledge and expertise to.
It's just very frustrating.
Right.
Is that your recycle pile you're